to remind you just a few instructions to connect. Please log in with your country name and before your name. We want to thank the speakers who joined us the first and the second day and the participants for the active engagement. We are preparing the key messages and a final report to share with all of you. We just have to apologize for the agenda. It was the Arabic agenda that was posted on the English website. We arranged this and now we sent it to all the email list of the participants in this forum. Just briefly, we had yesterday the climate change and localization, and we saw that they were very much related to disaster risk management and data collection and sharing for policy making, including negotiations, and all should be streamlined. We also shared with you 2 links, questions, open-ended questions to seek your insights. What do you expect from the forum? We hope that you really reply to those so we can set what is the next forum will be about. We will also have some polling questions that we will share with you after this session. And there will be an evaluation questionnaire that we will send also at the end of the session. So with this, I'm very honored and pleased to start the session 5. I want to thank my colleague Yusuf Shaitani, who co-organized with me this session, and our co-organizers. I will let Madame Shahira Wahbi you've known her. She's been with us since the first day. She will be moderating, and we thank her very much for this collaboration.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much. I will speak in Arabic, so I will give a chance to those who want to put the headphones for the translation to put them on. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حقيقة يسرني أن أرحب بكم في هذه الجلسة حول ثغرات البيانات في ترابط الكوارث والنزاعات. مما لا شك فيه أن النزاعات هي إحدى أنواع أكبر الكوارث التي من صنع الإنسان، وهناك ترابط بين الاثنين، ونحن سنناقش في هذه الجلسة الثغرات الموجودة في البيانات الخاصة بهذه الترابط بين الكوارث والنزاعات. إذ يرتبط هذا الموضوع ارتباطا وثيقا بما يواجهه عدد متزايد من الدول العربية، خاصة وأن المنطقة العربية ما زالت عرضة للعديد من النزاعات وبؤر عدم الاستقرار وتداعياتها، هذا بالإضافة إلى العناصر الطبيعية الأخرى من ندرة المياه والتصحر وفقدان الأمن الغذائي وتغيرات المناخ التي أصبحت حقيقة ماثلة للعيان، والظواهر الجوية المتطرفة التي تزداد تواتراً وشدة. هذه العناصر أدت إلى إضعاف المؤسسات الوطنية وقدراتها، وأدت وقدراتها على الاستجابة الفعالة لمتطلبات التصدي لهذه الظواهر. وتزامن مع ذلك تقليل الإنفاق الناتج عن عدة عوامل، مما أدى إلى المزيد من الهشاشة التي قد تمهد الطريق لمزيد من عدم الاستقرار والنزاعات، ولكل ذلك تداعيات على جميع جوانب الحد من مخاطر الكوارث. هذه الجلسة التي تنظمها الإسكوا بالتعاون مع جامعة الدول العربية ومكتب الأمم المتحدة لحد من مخاطر الكوارث ستتناول الأسباب والآثار المشتركة التي تجمع النزاعات والكوارث الطبيعية، وستسعى لاستعراض المنهجيات وأحدث الابتكارات للاسترشاد بها في إدارة المخاطر والوقاية منها. ستقدم الجلسة طرق أو نهج جمع البيانات التي يتم استخدامها في إطار الظروف أو السياقات الصعبة. الحقيقة لدينا فريق متميز من المتحدثين سيتناولون عدد من القضايا عن سوريا وأفغانستان ولبنان والأردن، وعلى رأسهم الدكتور تيلمان بروك الخبير التقني ومؤسس ومدير المركز الدولي للأمن والتنمية في برلين، وهو معهد البحوث الوحيد في العالم المتخصص حصرياً للتحليل الاقتصادي للنزاع والتنمية. بروفيسور بروك خبير اقتصادي في مجال التنمية، متخصص في تحليل سلوك ورفات الفقراء والضعفاء في حالات الطوارئ الإنسانية والهشة والناتجة عن النزاعات، كما يدرس كيف تتقاسم السياسات والبرامج الحياة وسبل العيش في مثل هذه البيئات، وكيفية جمع البيانات وإجراء البحوث في الظروف الصعبة. الأستاذ البروفيسور بروك هو أيضاً أستاذ في قسم الاقتصاد الزراعي في جامعة هومبولدت في برلين. بروفيسور بروك ويلكم. الحقيقة العرض سيقدم لنا بروفيسور بروك عرض مميز حول البيانات والأدلة والتنمية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية خلال الأزمة السورية، والذي سيجيب فيه على التساؤل الخاص بما يمكننا تعلمه عن دور النزاع في التنمية، وذلك باستخدام البيانات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية المتاحة. سيتناول المفهوم المتعارف عليه بأن نقص البيانات هو أحد سمات النزاعات، ويفند هذا الأمر بأن البيانات في حالات النزاع تتوفر أكثر مما هو متصور في كثير من الأحيان. سيناقش البروفيسور بروك الفرص والقيود المفروضة على مصادر البيانات ذات الصلة، ويقدم أدلة تجريبية من دراسات الحالات المختلفة من الدول العربية، وسيمكن تحليله الباحثين وواضعي السياسات من رصد المخاطر المرتبطة بتداعيات النزاعات. وسيعتمد في دراسة الحالة الرئيسية التي أجراها على سوريا وآثار النزاع على البلدان المجاورة لها، واستناداً إلى تحليله سيستعرض البروفيسور بروك أيضاً خيارات السياسات لأصحاب المصلحة بهدف دعم النمو والتنمية في ظل النزاع. Professor Brook, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wabi. I just need to make a change. I need to switch off. Sorry, I can hear myself, which is very awkward. No, I think it's better now. Thank you again. Sorry for the technical problem here. Thank you for the invitation and for putting together this excellent forum and for inviting me to speak to you. I have worked for many years in the region trying to overcome what is a very difficult data situation. However, I think I would like to give a slightly upbeat message. And I think while to some the glass might seem half empty, I think it is half full. And there is more we can do than is often assumed. And let me launch into my talk now. It was said by already the ancient Greek philosophers and playwrights that in war, truth is the first casualty. I think we can loosely translate this as meaning that in war, data nowadays is also a casualty. It is very difficult, of course, in war situations to collect information and to know exactly what is happening. This is both about military events, but also about the lives and livelihoods of civilians. It is risky to work in conflict zones. It is politically challenging. It's diplomatically challenging. The finances are not there. The needs may seem greater on other fronts. You know, food is more important perhaps than information, or so it seems. However, while all of that is true, I think we have options, and I think there are things we can do. And in part, modern research methods and modern technology can help us find solutions. From research and from the academic literature, we know that violent conflict drive 80% of all humanitarian needs and also are greatly linked to food insecurity and hunger and misery, and of course also displacement in those settings. So by 2030, about half the world's poorest people will live in such fragile and conflict-affected settings. So increasingly, if we want to help poor people who are suffering, we need to learn to work in conflict-affected areas, including doing good evidence generation there. And there is an increasing policy demand to understand the impact of programs in such complex settings, and especially as settings transition from very conflict intense to slightly less so, as they transition from humanitarian to development support. But there remain important knowledge gaps. Few academic studies focus on conflict-affected or humanitarian settings. And of those studies that do take place, many study a very select range of interventions or outcomes like cash transfers or food transfers. And to a large extent, the absence of rigorous evidence is based on a lack of data due to actual or perceived security and ethical concerns, and of course, due to the practical challenges for both implementers and researchers. And so we don't really know what is happening on the ground. We don't really know how interventions can best support people and welfare, and how these support then actually in a sort of positive endogenous cycle might improve also in turn the security situations, because it could be as people are less hungry and as livelihoods are more secure, the security in the theater itself improves. So based against this background of academic knowledge and knowledge gaps, we have to acknowledge that conducting studies is difficult and is complex. And the complexity, I think we can break it down into at least 4 dimensions. The logics are very complicated in these settings. How do interventions help people? It's often not that straightforward, and I'll come back to that in a moment. I'll come back to each of these 4 points in a moment. It's difficult in practice to work to standardize implementation of interventions, for example. Yeah, each context is slightly different, and so accounting for these practical challenges, accounting for the context, for the security, for the institutions, the political sensitivities is key. I wouldn't go as far as saying every situation is unique, because I think we can generalize somewhat, but maybe it's more difficult to generalize these settings, at least based on the knowledge that we have to date. And so learning is also more difficult. If you had a model of learning where, over time we accumulate knowledge about a particular setting, I think it's fair to say that maybe even the glass isn't only half full, maybe it's actually only quarter full or even less. So we have accumulated very little research knowledge and practical knowledge. And so obviously we don't have stylized facts yet of how to work in such complex conflict-affected settings. So what can we do? What are 3 ways forward? And I would like to suggest 3 approaches, but there are probably other approaches as well. Given the time constraints, I focus on these 3, and I hope that they show that there is light at the end of the tunnel, that the situation isn't as difficult as we need to fear. These 3 options are: we can conduct traditional surveys, with pen and pencil and paper, or maybe even with devices, going into the field, talking to people, even in situations of relatively high insecurity. Second, we can use remote sensing data from satellite to understand what people in villages on the ground are experiencing. And thirdly, we can use machine learning. We can use computing algorithms to make better sense of the little data we have. So if we are constrained by data, at least we can properly learn from it. And together with my colleagues, for whose collaboration I'm very grateful, and I will name them and thank them again at the end of this talk, we've applied these 3 approaches to one case study in Syria. And I'd like to just briefly introduce that case study and then go through 1, 2, 3, these different options. The case study is an agricultural support program in Syria funded by FAO, who in turn has received a multitude of donor supports from various countries to conduct large and complex agricultural interventions, one should almost say, in plural, across multiple governorates in Syria, targeting especially youth and female-headed households. And so FAO asked us, what is the impact of our programs? But working in the field in Syria is not easy. Gaining access even to the country is not easy compared to many other settings in the world. Costs are high, government interference is high, relations are fragile, and the situation on the ground is of course very difficult. So how did we proceed? And it's not so much about whether the program worked. My talk is more about illustrating approaches and methodologies for gaining evidence and for proceeding. Well, remember I said one problem is complex logic, yeah? And we don't need to look at this chart. It's not important, but it's just to say that the intervention chart is really complicated and there's a lot of things one has to account for, yeah? Basically, they were trying to strengthen food production, which doesn't sound so difficult, but in a complex environment, even strengthening food production is difficult. That's why food production is damaged so badly, because there's so many negative shocks and constraints and factors influencing it, yeah? So we have to account for the complex logic. What did we do? What was our sort of methodological approach? We deconstructed the narrative and tried to develop hypotheses which focus on very simple parts of this. Yeah, looking at one part at each time. So, reducing the complexity to some extent, yeah, and trying to break it down to simple, manageable problems. We can't solve the problem of conflict in the Middle East, but we can look specifically at, how do people improve their productivity on a given farm growing a particular type of crop? Yeah, that's much more manageable and much easier. Again, the text here on the slide doesn't matter so much. Just to say, we're breaking it down into multiple components which are easier to manage. You remember I said that interventions are complex, yeah, and the implementation is complex, yeah, and this breaks down specifically into three things. For example, the treatments are different, right? So there's different elements. There were some beekeeping interventions, there were some seed interventions, there were some livestock interventions, there were some irrigation interventions. So the treatment is fairly complex with so many needs in so many different ways, yeah. And so that is the complexity of the context. The geography varies widely and quite obviously, and the number of stakeholders vary a lot as well. Yeah, from national to international to global, so to speak. Yeah, from state to international organizations to NGOs to private actors to non-armed state groups. So it's very, very complex setting and very dangerous as well. So what we did is we increased the flexibility of our research design. And again, the chart doesn't matter so much. This shows how we collected data over time in the baseline, in the midline, in the end line. And then what happened is that, we thought some households would be treated, but they weren't. So they became a control group. So we had to, adapt our research design throughout. Now, a purist among the economists might say, oh, no, this is terrible. This is not the golden path of impact evaluation. But we're still generating very, very interesting learning, even if we had to adapt our data collection efforts and our survey design over time. And it still allowed us to make meaningful comparisons and studies. But the learning is also complex, right? So both the design of the study, the sampling, the data generations, the ethics. We cannot and we do not want to and we should not randomize assistance to needy people in Syria. So what is the holy grail of a randomized controlled trial? We don't want to do that. We can't do that. But there are alternatives, as we have shown both in this project and in others. And I have papers on this if people are interested, on what the alternatives are. Also the sampling, we had to adapt it. How we collect the data and what we ask in the questions, the individual questions had to be approved, etc. But it worked out and it was possible in the end. And including the ethics, which are not, which are challenging, but I think can be resolved. So even the complex learning, and I think a key lesson for us on the methodology side and on the research side was that this impact evaluation was a process and it was a partnership. We worked together and we found solutions over time. There's no point having a blueprint at the beginning of the study and then implementing that sort of in a narrow way and without much thinking. We embedded the study design into the intervention. We worked with the partners throughout. We used quasi-experimental approaches. We used, as I shown a moment, very advanced analytical methods. And I think most importantly, we had a very strong partnership with the implementing agency, and that was key. So this is to show that you can do data collection, traditional data collection, including, if necessary, pen and paper, and thus also do an impact evaluation. But in addition, the context, remains very, very difficult, both the natural environment, in terms of precipitation and drought and rain and floods and, highly variable, as the background chart here shows, but also the violence situation, as the foreground chart shows. You know, the violence goes up and down over time throughout the baseline, midline, endline data collection. And, you know, this is significant levels of violence and explosions and battles and violence against civilians, which make our life more difficult. So, and one of the things we did is we embedded the context in the analysis, in part by using remote sensing data, looking down from the top. And here I show a small example of what these maps that we can use look like of vegetation indices. Yeah, you can see, like in April 2009, the map is dark green and light green, right? There's stuff being grown close to this river, the river being red. But as the conflict unfolds, you see how vegetation at fixed points in time, right, in the seasonal calendar, always April. Yeah, the map should always be the same. It should always be like in April 2009. But for a multitude of reasons, both political, conflict, drought, etc., you know, an overlaying of different shocks, economic shocks, you know, institutional loss, etc. And we see how until April 2018 in particular, you know, vegetation reduced and the agricultural productivity declined on a large scale and across a large area. So this is, so we can add in data which is not dependent on the ground operations, and that's a really good way forward. And it's a, you know, obviously historically seen a very recent way of proceeding, but extremely powerful. And some of our colleagues have published very interesting journal articles on this topic. But we wanted to go a step further, and we say, you know, what else can we do to, you know, we have this data, it's not perfect, but it's good. So given that we have reasonable data, and reasonable data can be generated both on the ground and top down from the sky, how else can we analyze this? For example, to understand program targeting, you know, who should be reached? Or, for example, understanding the heterogeneity of impact across different subgroups, men versus women, you know, rural versus urban, young versus old, and also learning about the external vanillity. You know, how would this work in other settings? You know, what are the lessons that we can transfer across context so it doesn't remain a single study on a single context? And for that, we use machine learning. And I mean, just to give you one example of what one can do, you know, it's called an honest causal forest and has nothing to do with trees as such, but they're these sort of statistical decision trees, and we can take our sample and we can split it, and we can use part of the sample to try to understand how the other half of the sample works. And we make, you know, we let the computer calculate a huge number of these different trees, and we get so many trees, you know, that's why it's called a forest. And from that, we can calculate what we call the conditional average treatment effect. So the, you know, the impact of the study. But we do it not just by comparing two means in a traditional way, which is very data intensive and has very stringent requirements on the data structure, which might be difficult to fulfill. This is a much looser and more flexible way of approaching it, and less data intensive. So even with a smaller sample and sort of more imperfect data, you know, we can derive these average treatment effects of the program. And this is computing intense, and it's you know, new approaches, even more modern and cutting edge perhaps than the remote sensing, but it's extremely helpful. And so, for example, here again, don't worry too much about the details of the table. This is what traditionally, you know, the last 30 years or so would have done with impact evaluation. Here we estimate much more accurately. The scale is slightly smaller, but the estimates are more accurate using the honest causal forest machine learning approach. We estimate various treatment impact parameters with a high degree of confidence, you know, outcomes, for example, for the food consumption score from this impact evaluation. So the results are actually, you know, more convincing and perhaps more powerful even than the previous ones, than the more traditional methods that were previously available. We can also check for heterogeneity, and here maybe I do want to look at the picture a little bit with you. The darker color here signifies a stronger impact. And so we can compare, for example, male-headed households with female-headed households. And you can immediately see that for female-headed households, the impact measures are higher, yeah, darker. So there's stronger impact for women of this program than for male-headed households. Now, male and female-headed households is a very traditional, perhaps slightly dated way of looking at gender in development, but it's the first and commonly accepted indicator. You know, there are other dimensions of gender differences which go beyond male and female headed, but this is a good example, you know, and a readily understandable example. But we split this not just by male and female, we also then, with machine learning algorithms, we can split by the contextual factors, like a low degree of local violence or high degree of local violence. And here we see something super interesting, and we see it across the male-female divide. Where there is low degree of local violence, i.e. it's very peaceful, it's very positive, the program actually has less impact. Likewise, where there's a high degree of local violence, the program has less impact. Now, this, of course, might be for two very different reasons. It could be that the low impact in the low violence, you know, maybe things there work, or maybe, you know, there are alternative mechanisms. I must say, I find it harder to explain this end of the curve. But up here, I find it easier to understand. You know, when there is a lot of violence, it's very difficult to compensate that violence and to counteract it, and to, you know, so clearly the intervention itself is probably threatened by the violence and it can't work so well. But most interestingly, you know, this is like a inverted U shape. You know, if you put this in 3D, this picture suggests an inverted U shape. The darkest shades are here in the middle. So where there's some degree of violence is where we have a high degree of impact, in fact, the highest for women at medium levels of local violence. So this program, while being threatened by high level of violence, actually excelled in environments which are somewhat insecure. So here we married now the traditional data collection with an impact evaluation approach, contextual information, and machine learning. So this chart has it all, in a sense, yeah? And we're showing you the complexity reduced to a single graph. We can't maybe explain why it necessarily is, but I think it's an important input into further thinking and reflection, and emphasizes my point that also that impact evaluation is a process. You know, this chart is not the end of the impact evaluation. Now we need to go deeper and understand why it is like that. But something like this can also have strong implications for targeting, of course, yeah? So maybe the program is better at if it targets female-headed households in medium violence areas. Yeah. So what sort of lesson is that? That's not something that anybody expected, I think. Maybe the female-headedness, but not the medium level of violence. Yeah. And so I think having these analytical approaches can actually be incredibly useful for learning in these contexts. So just to recap briefly, we had three possible ways forward. Even in conflict-affected areas, traditional surveys are possible and can be done, and I think should be done, because increasingly that's where poor and vulnerable people are located, in these insecure settings, and we need to learn about their livelihoods. Otherwise, trying to help them is completely pointless, and we can't just leave these people to their own devices. We can supplement this with remote sensing data that can be extremely useful. And we can supplement this with machine learning efforts to generate evidence and policy recommendations, even in conflict settings. Finally, I'd just like to thank my team, my colleagues at the American University of Beirut, especially Hala Ratas, Hadi Jafar, Melody Al-Dakrash, and Lara Sujit, and my colleagues at ICC, at the International Security and Development Center in Berlin, Hassan Baliki, Dorothee Weif, and Wolfgang Stoyetz, and of course, our donor for this particular project, UK aid through CEDIL, the Center for Excellence for Development, Impact and Learning. And with this, I hand back to the chair. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to reach out also after this workshop to me at my email address or my Twitter account. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brook, for this very informative presentation. سيد بروك الحقيقة قدم يعني عرض مميز تحدث فيه في البداية عن عدم الاستقرار الذي يجعل يعني جمع البيانات أمر صعب، ويجعل هناك نقص في البيانات، وأن هناك العديد من العوامل المترابطة التي تؤدي إلى خلق وضع معقد، حتى في بعض الأحيان قد يؤدي إلى أن يكون هناك نوع من عدم القدرة على العمل يعني. وقدم 3 حلول هي إما عن طريق الاستبيانات التقليدية، أو عن طريق الاستشعار عن بعد، أو عن طريق الكمبيوترز، أو التعلم عن طريق الآلات، يعني عن طريق التكنولوجيا الحديثة يعني. وبعد ذلك استعرض كيفية تطبيق هذه الحلول الثلاثة على الوضع في سوريا في القطاع الزراعي، و يعني وضح كافة التحديات التي وجدوها عند تطبيق أي من هذه الحلول الثلاثة، وكيفية أنهم حاولوا حل العوائق التي قابلتهم في التنفيذ عن طريق تبني نهج مرن يتوائم مع المعطيات كما تأتي يعني. ويعني وضح كل حل من الحلول الثلاثة، السيرفيز أو الريموت سنسينج أو الماشين داتا، كيف طبقوهم وما تمخضت عنه هذا التطبيق. وفي النهاية وصل لخلاصة أن تطبيق هذه الحلول الثلاثة متزامناً هو اللي من شأنه أن يجعل إمكانية وجود بيانات موثوقة وقابلة للاستخدام فيما يلي الترابط بين الكوارث والصراع. شكرا جزيلا سيد بروك على هذه العرض. وإذا أنا ما عارفة هناخد الأسئلة في آخر الاجتماع. المتحدث القادم على لستة المتحدثين في هذه الجلسة هو سعادة عبد الله الدردري. هل هو معانا يا رب أونلاين ولا ما موجود؟ فإذا ما موجود إحنا ممكن نمشي للمتحدث الذي يليه وبعد كده نرجع له، وهو السيد do we have him؟ أوكي خلاص نمشي للمتحدث اللي بعده السيد زياد عبد الله. هل هو موجود معانا؟ أستاذ زياد كان مفروض تكون معانا لكن يبدو إنه اضطريت للمغادرة، ولكن ستكون معنا عبر الإنترنت، ونشكرك على زمنك.
The message that Arvind from Abdullah's office is there. We tell him after this, right?
Okay. تمام. إذن السيد عبد الله سيتحدث بعد السيد زياد. السيد زياد عبد الله هو رئيس قسم التكنولوجيا المعلومات في إدارة الإحصاء المركزي بلبنان، وهو إحصائي وخبير بيانات، وهو رئيس قسم تكنولوجيا المعلومات في إدارة الإحصاء، وهو أستاذ ومحاضر في الجامعة اللبنانية وعضو في إدارة مخاطر الكوارث، وهو أيضا جزء من مكتب رئيس الوزراء ومسؤول عن التعداد السكاني في لبنان، كما يشغل منصب المنسق الوطني الرئيسي لمشروع الميد ستات، وهو مشروع إقليمي مع الاتحاد الأوروبي مخصص لتنفيذ نظام معلومات إحصائية خاص بمنطقة البحر المتوسط. الحقيقة السيد الدكتور زياد سيقدم دراسة حالة حول الاتجاهات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية للاجئين والمجتمعات المضيفة من خلال الاعتماد على البيانات الضخمة والإحصاءات الرسمية للتحليل، كما سيتشارك معنا مختلف مصادر البيانات التقليدية وغير التقليدية المستخدمة، بالإضافة إلى المنهجيات المطبقة والنتائج التي تم التوصل إليها. إن هذا المشروع يعني أهميته تكمن في أنه هو من بين المشاريع القليلة في المنطقة العربية التي حاولت استخدام سجلات تفاصيل المكالمات لدراسة الاتجاهات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية للاجئين والدول المستقبلة لهم. تفضل سيد زياد تقديم العرض. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا حضرة الرئيس. أول شيء أنا بمسيكم جميعا وصبح، يمكن في ناس بدهم نصبحهم من الأردن. أنا كنت امبارح معكم ولي الشرف اني اكون معكم اليوم عبر الزوم. بالحقيقه هذا المشروع يعني انا يسعدني اني قدمه، وفي اكيد فريق عمل كبير كان بهذا المشروع، والمشروع بيعكس التعاون الوثيق الذي حصل بين إدارة الإحصاء المركزي كجهة إحصائية رسمية وبين الإسكوا، يعني بين منظمة دولية، بين جهاز إحصاء، بين قطاع خاص، وبين جامعة حمد بن خليفة اللي هو القطاع التعليمي. فالتعاون هيدا أثمر مشروع بالحقيقة رح نشوف إنه كان مشروع نموذجي، وكان طلب من لبنان انه يكون هو كنموذج، يعني كبايلوت بروجكت لنشوف ادخال فكره البيانات الضخمه بالاحصاء الرسمي. اول شيء اكدناه بهذا المشروع انه البيانات الضخمه هي مكمله للاحصاء الرسمي وليست بديل عنه. ثاني شيء تم استعمال بهذا المشروع عده انواع من مصادر البيانات الغير تقليديه، وبينا كيفية استخدام هالبيانات واستخراج مؤشرات تساعد بعمليات مثلا أخذ القرار، تساعد متخذ القرار وتعطيه فكرة سريعة عن الواقع الحالي مثلا في مجالات مثلا الأزمات أو يعني الكوارث، خصوصا أنه لبنان مرق بأزمات كبيرة بالمرحلة اللي مرق. راح نشوف كيف هالمصادر البيانات قدرنا استخرجنا منها مؤشرات بالاحصاء الرسمي، وين كان ضبطت يعني وين هالمصادر هيدي يمكن استخدامها وين لا يمكن استخدامها. هذا اللي رح نشوفه بالعرض ان شاء الله. بالنسبه للمواضيع اللي تم تناولها بهذا المشروع، تناولنا جميع المواضيع المهمه للاحصاء الرسمي، سواء كان موضوع السكان او كان موضوع الريفيجيز ديستريبيوشن او كان موضوع المايجريشن والموبيليتي باترنز، البوردر موفمنت، بعض النشاطات الاقتصاديه، حتى السكيورتي، هذه كانت مجالات جديده، وموضوع التعليم. الشيء الحلو بهذا المشروع انه اول شيء كان بنفس الوقت اللي عم يكون فيه مشروع استخدام البيج داتا بالاحصاء الرسمي، كان كمان في عندنا دراسه بلبنان عم بتصير، وهي كانت اضخم دراسه اللي هي دراسه الهاوسهولد سيرفي بموضوع العماله، الليبر فورس سيرفي، وتم من خلالها مقارنه النتائج اللي طلعت بالدراستين، وهذه كانت يعني نقطه ايجابيه لنا لنقدر نتاكد من النتائج. اكيد نحن بهذه الدراسه طلعنا مؤشرات، يعني تم استخدام جميع مجالات كمان الاحصاء والماشين ليرنينج، سواء كان الاحصاء الوصفي او كان الاحصاء الاستدلالي او حتى كمان رحنا للماشين ليرنينج، وهذه كان شيء جديد، ادخال موضوع يعني الموديلينج وموضوع النمذجي، هذه كانت شغلات جديده للاحصاء. يعني نحن قبل بالاحصاء كان بس يتم تحويل البيانات او الداتا لانفورميشن، لمعلومات. نحن الشيء الجديد هلا اللي صار، حولنا الانفورميشن لنولج، يعني المعلومه لمعرفه، ومن خلال نماذج، وهذه كثير مهمه انه نتحول لشيء اسمه ساينس بيز ديسيجن ميكينج، مش بس ايفيدنس بيز ديسيجن ميكينج. هذه الدراسه اثبتتها كمان وبيناها، ورح نشوفها بعد شوي ان شاء الله. فاذا مثل ما قلت، مصدرين تقليديين كانوا اللي هي الاحصاء، دراسه الكاس ليبر هاوسهولد كونديشن سيرفي، ليبر فورس سيرفي، وكمان اعتمدنا البيانات المجموعه باليو ان اتش سي ار، واللي هي بيانات مجموعه عن اخواننا السوريين بلبنان بشكل دقيق كمان بين السنوات 2012 و 2019. البيانات الغير تقليديه اللي تم استخدامها اللي هي داتا الاتصالات، وهذه كانت فعلا فرصه للبنان، ويمكن لبنان من الدول القليله اللي قدر استغل هالبيانات، هذه الكول داتا ريكورد سي دي ار. وهون بحب اتشكر وزاره الاتصالات اللي زودتنا بهذه الداتا. اكيد رح نشوف ضمن فتره معينه وضمن مناطق جغرافيه معينه، لانه الداتا هذه سنسيتيف ببعض المحلات. كمان تم استخدام الفيسبوك داتا من خلال كيو سي ار اي، استخدمنا الجوجل جدال وتويتر، وراح نشوف لكل وحده شو النتائج اللي توصلنا لها. بالنسبه لداتا الاتصالات، مثل ما قلت نحن في عنا بيج اوبريتورز بلبنان اللي هن الالفا والتاتش. اخذنا منطقتين اللي هن البقاع والشمال ب4 سنوات من 2016 ل 2019 وب3 اشهر اللي هن 3 اشهر تم اختيارهم كمان لحتى يمثلوا الواقع ونقدر نشوف الموبيليتي. كل المؤشرات بدنا نحسبها تقدر تكون ممثله بالحقيقه للواقع اللي عم ندرسه. وهذا من هيك هالفترات هيدي او هالسنوات او هالمناطق كانت ممثله للدراسه ومساعده لاستخراج المؤشرات اللازمه. الشيء الجديد اللي عم نشوفه هون مثلا انه نحن عم نقدر نحسب او نقدر عدد سكان من خلال الاتصالات توتال كولز. عم نشوف مثلا الموبيليتي والديستريبيوشن من خلال كمان الكولز. الايج بيراميد عم نشوفها من خلال داتا الاتصالات. فكل هاي شغلات جديده كانت جديده على ثقافه الاحصاء وخصوصا الاحصاء الرسمي. فقدرنا من خلالها ان نحسب هالمؤشرات. وقت جينا قارنا هلا النتائج وهذا الحلو بهذه الدراسه، قدرنا شفنا انه مثلا الاوبريتور اللي هو الفا الترابط ما بين المؤشر اللي عندنا هي البوبيليشن بدراسه الاحصاء مع الالفا 5 البيرسون كورليشن هي تقريبا 0.95. شوفوا قد ايه هذا فيري سترونج كورليشن. مع تاتش مثلا اخذ لانه هون ببين كمان معنا اهميه الاوبريتور وقد ايه كل واحد ممثل لموضوع الدراسه. مثلا وقت قارنا مع غزير مثلا هون عم نشوف الداتا اللي استعملناها مع الغزير اللي هي من UNHCR. كمان عم نشوف قدرنا مش بس درسنا الكورليشن، قدرنا عملنا ريجريشن. هون عم نحكي عن نمذجه لموديل بين متغير اللي هو موجود بالداتا تبع UNHCR مع التاتش ديوريشن ريشيو. فهون قدرنا طلعنا موديل وهالموديل هيدا بيساعد نشوف كمان قد ايه حتى الايرور نحسبها. هيدي شغلات جديده كمان بالاحصاء الرسمي. الشيء الجديد اللي عملناه وقت عم نحكي عن نولج عن معرفه سواء كان من الداتا تبع الليبر فورس سيرفي للاحصاء او من خلال الداتا الموجوده ببازير. عم نحكي هون عن موديل، يعني عم نحكي عن متغير dependent variable اللي هو الواي، عم نحكي عن متغير اللي هن الاكس. هالموديل هيدا بتقدر تلاقي العلاقه بين الاكس والواي وشو هن الاكس الاساسيه اللي بهموك لحتى تدرس متغير واي معين. هذه الدراسه فرجتنا مثلا انه نحن اهم 3 فاريبل لحتى ندرس الليبر فورس بارتيسيبيشن ريت بالاحصاء المركزي هن مثلا هول قد ايه الامبورتنس. اعلى امبورتنس هو الموبايل داتا كونسامشن داونلود تو توتال ريشيو. هيدي مثلا اهميتها اعلى بكثير من الموبيليتي اللي او اعلى بكثير كمان من الاوت جوينج تو انكمينج كول نمبر ريشيو. فاذا مش بس عم نشوف شو هن المتغيرات، عم نشوف اهميتها ل يعني اكسبلانيشن للفاريبل واي. وهيك بصير عندنا المتخذ القرار بيشوف شو هو الشغلات اللي ممكن يهتم فيها. كمان نفس الشيء هذا تطبق على الفازير داتا. وهون كمان مثلا بالسكيورتي من خلال داتا الاتصالات شفنا قد ايه العلاقات مع قد ايه الكورليشن، وبنشوف انه الكورليشن عم تكون سواء بالفا او بتاتش فيري امبورتنت كورليشن. هلا بالنسبه للفيسبوك، الفيسبوك كان عندنا تحدي اكبر لانه الفيسبوك اول شيء البوبوليشن اللي احنا بدنا اياها منه موجود بشكل مباشر. يعني نحن بنعرف انه الفيسبوك منه موجود بسوريا. فمن هيك تم اعتماد طريقه انه اول شيء اخذنا كل اليوزر بالفيسبوك اللي هن اعمارهم اكثر من 13 سنه اللي هن منهم ساكنين بلبنان واللي بيحكوا عربي واللي هن منهم كل الدول ما عدا سوريا. فاذا هيك بيكون البوبوليشن اللي بقت هن البوبوليشن السوري. اخذنا اكيد الفاريبل اللي نحن بدنا اياه الايج جندر كل هالشغلات اللي بدنا اياها نعوزها بالدراسه. وتبين معنا هون انه قدرنا بالمنطقتين اللي عم نحكي فيهم مثل البقاع والشمال مثلا انه المسجلين بالUNHCR اوكي اللي هن عددهم مثلا هدول الاعداد قدرنا لقطنا منهم مثلا بالبقاع تقريبا عندنا تقريبا 40% نحن البوبوليشن تبعتنا بتعرفهم يعني قدرنا نلقطهم. هلا اكيد ببيروت كان في بايس، وهذا البايس لانه يمكن في ناس برات بيروت بيجوا بيشتغلوا ببيروت، فهيدي الدراسه بتفرجينا كمان قد ايه الريزلتس اللي طلعت معنا انه المناطق، اختيار المناطق كثير مهمه لحتى نقول انه هالمصدر مقبول ولا مش مقبول بدراستنا. كمان بنلاحظ انه اذا بدنا نيجي نقول انه الفيسبوك هل فينا نعتمدها من شان الايدج بيراميد، بنلاحظ انه هون التوزيع منه يعني سيمتريك، وهذا يعني بمحل معين في بايس، وبدنا ننتبه باختيار مصادر البيانات اذا بدنا نعتمدها مثلا على الايدج بيراميد. ولكن ممكن هذا المؤشر يعطينا صوره ثانيه عن مثلا الديسكريميشن بين الميل والفيميل بالفيسبوك، فممكن استعمال بعض المؤشرات وفهمها بطريقه اخرى غير انه يكون مثلا عم ناخذها ك ايج بيراميد. نفس الشيء قدرنا من خلال الفيسبوك نطلع ديستريبيوشن مثلا لموضوع الاديوكيشن، وكيف الديستريبيوشن بين الهوست كوميونتي وبين الريفوجيز، وهون بنشوف بمحلات معينه تقارب. هذا الجراف كثير مهم، وخصوصا اذا بنعيد الدراسه ممكن يبين معنا شغلات كثير مهمه للواقع الحالي، وخصوصا بموضوع الاديوكيشن. كمان موضوع السوسيو ايكونوميك، اوكي، كيف الاستعمال حسب مثلا ال 3 جي ولا 4 جي، وبنلاحظ انه ما كثير في فرق، فروقات كبيره بين الهوست كوميونتي والريفوجيز. موضوع الجدال، اول شيء الجدال نحن عم نحكي.
استاذ زياد لو سمحت، يعني عشان الوقت بيداهمنا، فممكن يعني ثاني دقيقتين.
اوكي رح احكي بسرعه. الجدال وتويتر هن عم نستعمل تكست مايننج لنشوف السنتمنت اناليسيس. اوكي هلا الجدال عم نحكي عن ساينتفك وبروفيشنال اوثرز كتبوا، بين معنا كمان السنتمنت اناليسيس انه بيعكس الواقع. اوكي وبموضوع السيريان قد ايه هن مثلا مرتاحين ولا لا، الامبلويمنت اتسترا. تويتر كمان نفس الشيء، اخذنا نفس الكي وورد، هون بنلاحظ سيم كي ووردز، هذا اللي كثير مهم. اوكي ونفس يعني التوبكس، ووصلنا نفس النتائج. هذا بيبين انه يعني ان كان الواحد عم يكتب بتويتر عم يكتب شخص عادي ولا بروفيشنال، النتائج طلعت كثير متقاربه. فبالتالي هذا بياكد انه هالمصادر هذه فينا نستعملها وفينا نعتمد عليها ببعض المجالات. فكمان تم استعمال ممكن استعمال البيج داتا بمواضيع الاس دي جي، وهذه الجولز اللي ممكن نعتمد عليها. فانا بدي اقول انه هذا المشروع اخذ جائزه عالميه، طلعنا نحن منطقه هون، خصوصا المشروع هذا نمبر 1 تشامبيون ب WSIS تشامبيون. وهيدي اللي بتاكد اهميه هالمواضيع هيدي على الصعيد العالمي. وان شاء الله يعني هذا المشروع رجع تكمل، كمان رح تحكي زميلتي هلا احلام عن مواضيع كيف تم تكمله هذا الموضوع بمجالات البيج داتا للديسيجن ميكينج بالكرايسيس وخصوصا بالديزاستر. وكان في لجنه كثير مهمه اللي هي الكود، اللي هي كانت عم تراقب هالمشروع وتاكد قد ايه النتائج مهمه، وكل النتائج كانت عم تكون ايجابيه. ونتمنى انه هذا المجال اللي هو البيج داتا والداتا ساينس ينشغل عليه لانه هذا الفيوتشر. وشكرا لكم. اي اسئله انا جاهز، اكيد البرزنتيشن موجود، كل الشغلات اللي بحب يقراها بالتفاصيل. وبدي اقول انه في ريبورت محطوطه بالاسبوع عن الدراسه وتفاصيلها وكل الامور التقنيه اللي بحب يرجع للواحد. وبعتذر اذا طولت، وشكرا لكم.
شكرا دكتور زياد على يعني على هذا الاستعراض الرائع. الحقيقة هذا مشروع هام جدا. يعني تحدثت فيه عن تجربة ثرة حول شراكة بين حكومة وقطاع خاص ومنظمات غير حكومية وجهات بحثية للخروج ب يعني نتائج تؤكد على أهمية البيانات الضخمة، ولكن أيضا في نفس الوقت لا تمنع ولا تحد من أهمية الإحصاءات الرسمية، ولكن يكون معا هم مصدر أساسي للتحليل للبيانات ولدعم متخذي القرار. الحقيقة واحدة من النقاط المهمة اللي أنا برى إنه هي تحويل ما ذهب إليه من تحويل المعلومات إلى معرفة، بحيث يتم دعم اتخاذ القرار المستند إلى العلم وليس فقط على الأدلة. أفتكر دي يعني one sentence مهمة جدا، لأنه في النهاية نحن في المنطقة العربية بالذات هدفنا الأساسي هو متخذي القرار. فإذا نستطيع أن نؤثر على متخذي القرار عن طريق معلومات مستندة على العلم والأدلة، فهو أمر سيكون جيد، لأنه في الحالة دي سيتم اتخاذ القرار الصحيح. وأيضا كافة التفاصيل عن استعراض كيفية استخدام وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي من فيسبوك وتويتر وخلافه في هذا المشروع الهام. شكرا جزيلا أستاذ زياد. أفتكر دكتور عبد الله الدردري لن يستطيع أن يكون معنا لانشغالات طارئة، وسيحل محله السيد أزميد كومار، أرفيند كومار من مكتب الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي في أفغانستان. سيد كومار، هل أنت معنا؟ Mr. Komar, are you with us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are clearly heard. Please introduce yourself, and can you please give your presentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, we like to thank on behalf of UNDP Afghanistan for providing this as an opportunity to share some of our recent experience. Unfortunately, our resident representative Abdullah Al-Dardari could not join the event. I'm sure he must have much more to share with our colleagues and participants. And then I was asked to represent on behalf of him. So I have a very few slides actually, which I would talk about. Let me introduce myself. I'm Arvind Kumar. I'm working as a program management specialist and implementing a program in Afghanistan called Abadi, which is area-based approach to development emergency initiative. This is quite a flagship program for UNDP globally, as well as in the Asia region. And we are working to basically support the basic human needs, to the affected communities in Afghanistan, especially after the event of last year, August 2021. We all know about it. So quickly jumping on my presentation, and this is related to the data challenges during earthquake event in Afghanistan, which occurred on 22nd of June, last month, where we all rushed to support the communities, affected communities. Just to give you a bit of background, and then I will talk about the data challenges. So if you look at some of the...
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you share your screen? Yeah, if you can share your screen so that we can see your presentation.
I think I am able to share the screen, but I don't know whether you are able to see that or not. Maybe can I request if you can share my screen? I mean this presentation.
You can share now, I think.
Okay, let me try again. Are you able to see now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. No problem. So before talking about the data challenges, I just want to talk about a few aspects or a background about the information, and data gap in Afghanistan. So as you all know, the Afghanistan is going through a very difficult crisis at the moment, both development as well as humanitarian crisis. There is a huge data and information gap in Afghanistan, and understanding the disaster impact, where if you look at the disaster profile of Afghanistan, it has all the natural hazards. You can talk about the drought, you can talk about flood, you can talk about earthquake, and the recent one, which I'm going to share about the data challenges. So the data, the risk profile of Afghanistan is full with all the natural hazard and incidences which occur on a frequent basis. There are a few assessment that was done by the GFDRR. I think it was on a comprehensive manner, the hazard mapping, but I think we were not able to carry forward actually due to also the situation now what we have in the country. In general, Afghanistan at this moment does not have the centralized or local level comprehensive disaster management information system, which we do see in other countries. And now ANDMA, which is a disaster management authority, is working as a de facto authority now with the agencies who work in the disaster management. But however, the role is very limited in terms of information management. And also very much due to lack of financial resources and limited human resources, the disaster information management system is not well utilized by the previous government as well. Moving on some of the challenges that we saw. I mean, this was the area where earthquake struck. This is in the far southeast. Obviously, what we also understood that this region was quite isolated in the last 20-25 years. So the outreach was also not very much there. But what we saw peculiar in this event, which I have highlighted in four to 5 points, is the referencing data. And I'm not speaking as a data management expert, but I'm more speaking as a practitioner. Though we had a risk profile of Afghanistan, I think we did not manage to use, we did use some of the remote sensing data in order to understand the locality, because for many of us, it was like a first time to go to the region, especially after the August 2021 event, actually. So a lot of us, including INGOs and UN agencies, went there, and I think the primary focus was on housing. Obviously, the earthquake is the event that you focus on housing, but there were a lot of other data that probably could not manage to come together, and that's why there was a common assessment tool was not very much there. I mean, every agency was looking for an housing data, the partial damage, fully damaged, and what else. So I think there was also a gap in managing that information that we could have done better. So this was second challenge that we experienced during our visit. Third, I think there is also lack of understanding on data ecosystem when it comes to disaster risk reduction and management itself, because with the lack of focus and the priorities on DRR, actually much focus have been given in managing the crisis that is in hand. I think the earthquake event has only alerted all of us that how important it is, that and it's nothing new that we all talk about it, that how DRR needs to be integrated into either humanitarian interventions or even development for that matter. So I think we also see that that data ecosystem probably is one of the key challenges, and that's why handling the earthquake response has been isolated only up to housing sector, but it has not spread to all sectors, especially livelihood, the infrastructure, the public services, etc. We also see there is a lot of data management, in terms of competitiveness, actually, that who is doing the assessment first. I think we all understand that who leads on different cluster management, but when we look at it, that how accurate they are, how do we bring that ecosystem together, I think we did not see much in the earthquake event. I think that also resulted in bit of delay in response to. The last point, I think Afghanistan do need a new generation of data management. When we talk about, we have gone far ahead, even looking at OpenStreetMap, Google Map, and then how do we build that so that a decision support system can come in place. I think that's where I think we do not have that at the moment, because we are really focusing a lot on humanitarian aspects. There is a data set management, but when it look at the development aspects, you don't have that arrangement. So I think we really need to bring that these two together, and that's where UNDP is making an effort to kind of map the humanitarian and basic human needs data. So not at the central level, but at the same time at the regional and community level. So these are the 5 challenges that we have experienced from the earthquake event, and now as we speak, there is a flood event happening, as you all know, in Pakistan, and it also has resulted in the east of Afghanistan. So I think the occurrence of these disasters reminds us that and how important is the data, and if we do not have an ecosystem, we'll be also not be able to handle the event efficiently. So I will stop here and then open for questions, and if our colleagues or participants may have. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar, for this presentation and for enumerating and giving us an overview of the disaster profile in Afghanistan and the data gaps and the challenges faced by the country concerning data and other developmental issues, and how they affect the collection and use of data and the decision-making process and the ability of the international community and the local governments to respond to the challenges of the country. Thank you very much, and we will keep you with us until the questions, which will come after our last presentation, والتي ستقوم السيدة الفاضلة أحلام أحمد الروسان، مديرة التحول الإلكتروني وتكنولوجيا المعلومات في دائرة الإحصاء العامة في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية بتقديمها. والمهندسة أحلام هي مديرة التحول الإلكتروني في دائرة الإحصاء، وهي تقود فريق فني لتطوير وتنفيذ تعدادات السكان، وهي أيضا عضو في اللجنة الإحصائية لتطوير الاستراتيجية الإحصائية الوطنية 2018-2025، وعضو في لجنة تنفيذ مشروع رصد أهداف التنمية المستدامة، بما في ذلك تطوير الميزانية وخارطة الطريق ومتطلبات تنفيذ المشروع. وهي أيضا مسؤولة عن فريق مكلف بتطوير منصة أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتصميم قاعدة بيانات. الحقيقة ستوجه السيدة أحلام الروسان سؤالا حاسما لأي صانع سياسة أو قرار، وهو ماذا كانت البيانات الضخمة يمكنها أن هو ما إذا كانت البيانات الضخمة يمكنها تقييم فعالية الاستجابة للأزمات. ستأخذنا السيدة روسان عبر مصادر البيانات المختلفة والمنهجيات المستخدمة والطرق التي تم بها بناء منصة أو لوحة معلومات لتوفير تحديثات في الوقت الفعلي حول عدد من القضايا المختارة التي اعتبرت حيوية للحكومة خلال وباء الكوفيد والإغلاق والتداعيات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية على المملكة الأردنية. مهندسة أحلام، تفضلي.
شكرا ست شهيرة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أتكلم بالعربي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية بحب أتوجه بالشكر لمنظمة الإسكوا على دعمها الدائم والمستمر من خلال عدد من المشاريع الإحصاءات الأردنية وللمراكز الإحصائية بشكل عام. صراحة هذا المشروع كان مبادرة من منظمة الإسكوا خلال فترة جائحة كورونا لاستخدام البيانات الضخمة وقياس مدى أثرها على مدى أثر السياسات اللي طبقت خلال فترة الجائحة على المجتمع. كان في فترة من الصعب الوصول إلى البيانات التقليدية، البيانات التي تجمع من خلال الطرق التقليدية، كان في إغلاق تام، فجاء هذا المشروع في فترة بحاجة لإثبات إنه وجود مصادر أخرى ممكن تكون بديلة للمصادر التقليدية. Next please. طبعا في المراكز الإحصائية وفي السياسات العامة وفي أصحاب القرار كان من الصعب إقناعهم في استخدام البيانات الغير تقليدية، بيانات غير ممنهجة، غير مجموعة بطرق إحصائية رسمية. كان من الصعب إقناعهم حول البيج داتا أو النون تراديشنال داتا. كان هذا تحدي كبير قبل جائحة كورونا، كان تحدي كيف ممكن إحنا نعمل نقلة نوعية في اللجوء إلى مصادر أخرى غير المصادر التقليدية، وكان في رفض وكان في احتجاجات كثيرة إن هاي البيانات غير موثوقة. وبالرغم، يمكن أنا دائما بحكي هاي الجملة، بالرغم من قساوة جائحة كورونا، لكن تعتبر لها فائدة من ناحية التكنولوجيا والتقنيات الحديثة، إنها سرعت استخدام البيج داتا وسرعت التوجه إلى التقنيات الحديثة من الداتا ساينس والبدائل الأخرى لمصادر البيانات، فكان في حاجة ضرورية لاستخدام هذه البيانات. طبعا النون تراديشنال داتا لما بنحكي انه احنا بدنا نروح على البيانات اللي من واقع الشارع، من واقع المجتمع، هذه البيانات بنظرنا عززت مفهوم النون تراديشنال داتا وعززت دور الاحصاءات في اللجوء لمصادر اخرى ممكن انها تدعم فيها اصحاب القرار، وممكن انها تكون وممكن انها تدعم اصحاب القرار من خلال بدائل اخرى في وقت زي ما حكينا انه لا يمكن الوصول لاي بيانات او لاي بدائل او اي بصيص حول اصحاب القرار للسياسات اللي عم بيتم تطبيقها. طبعا احنا بنعرف انه جائحه كورونا كانت فريده من نوعها وكانت مش مسبوقه بجائحه شبهها. بعتذر. لهيك السياسات اللي كانت تطبق ما كان في أي فيدباك أو أي منظور للناس إنها كيف ممكن تكون أثرها على المجتمع. فكان ممكن يعني زي اللي ماشي في العتمة، زي اللي ماشي في إشي مش واضح، كان بدهم أصحاب القرار أي بصيص ممكن يوجههم توجه صح. إيش هاي السياسات اللي عم تقرر سياسة ورا الثانية، إيش هاي السياسات أثرها على المجتمع؟ هل هي يعني إحنا وصلنا لنقطة كان في بعض الناس يحكوا يمكن مرض كورونا كان أسهل من السياسات اللي تطبق في فترة الإغلاق على بعض الفقراء اللي رزقهم يومي بيكون. فلهيك كان لازم نوجه لأصحاب القرار أي بصيص يمشوا عليه من خلال الآراء اللي موجودة في الشارع. طبعا البيج داتا بشكل عام إذا بدنا نحكي إيش فوائدها، ويمكن أصبحنا كلنا مدركين، لكن بشكل سريع أهم شيء أو أهم فائدة للبيج داتا أو نون تراديشنال داتا هو الوصول الآني الفوري، الريال تايم داتا، إنه إحنا نستطيع جمع بيانات في نفس اللحظة والوقت اللي حدثت فيه الكارثة أو الجائحة، وهذا مش موجود، مش متوفر طبعا بالبيانات التقليدية. والنتائج، وهذا بينعكس طبعا على النتائج برضه بتكون سريعة وبتكون فورية. إضافة إنه إحنا ممكن ندعم الإحصاءات من خلال هذه البيانات وتزويد أصحاب القرار فيها. طبعا نحكي عن تقليل التكلفة. في البداية ممكن لما نحكي بيج داتا ومشروع بيج داتا راح يكلف يعني مبلغ عالي جدا، لكن لما بنحكي عن السستينبل والإدامة لهي أو الديمومة لهذا المشروع بنحكي عن تقليل تكاليف تجمع بشكل أو تكلف دائرة الإحصاءات بشكل دائم في كل إجراء مسح أو إجراء تعداد. إضافة إلى القدرة على التنبؤ من خلال البيج داتا أو من خلال الداتا ساينس تولز، إحنا بنستطيع إنه نتنبأ من غير ما نكون نجمع بيانات تقليدية، ممكن نتنبأ للمستقبل، وراح نشوف مثال في السلايدات الجاية حول هذا الموضوع. إضافة إلى إنه المحافظة على مواكبة التطور التكنولوجي. بالنسبة للمشروع اللي تم في خلال فترة جائحة كورونا، كان في بداية الجائحة، وكان زي ما حكيت مبادرة من الإسكوا برئاسة السيد فؤاد، يعني لحسن الحظ موجود معنا اليوم. كان في هدفين رئيسيين لهذا المشروع. أول شغلة تقييم أثر هذه السياسات اللي طبقت خلال الجائحة وتم اختيار أهم السياسات. الهدف الثاني هو الإدامة لهذا المشروع من خلال تطوير منصة يعتمد عليها أصحاب القرار في أي موضوع كان من المواضيع الحيوية، زي تعليم، زي صحة، زي عمل. كل هاي المواضيع راح تكون موجودة ضمن هاي المنصة اللي ممكن استخدامها في أي وقت حتى بعد مرور الجائحة. مش المشروع ضمن منهجية معينة، وهي اختيار السياسات التي طبقت في الأردن ولبنان. طبعا أنا بحكي عن الأردن، لكن هو المشروع زي ما حكى زياد طبق للأردن ولبنان باراليل، كنا مع بعض عم نطبق المشروع في جهتين، في الأردن وفي لبنان. فكان فريق في لبنان وفريق في الأردن ماشي في المشروع في نفس الوقت وبنفس التفاصيل. كانت المنهجية باختيار 5 سياسات. في هذا الوقت كان يمكن ما يقارب 40 سياسة إذا مش أكثر طبقت في الأردن، من بين سياسات مهمة وسياسات صغيرة، سياسات ظلت دائمة وسياسات توقفت بسبب وجود يعني الانتهاء من الحاجة إليها. تم بهذا الوقت اختيار 5 سياسات هي الأهم بعد الاجتماع مع الستيك هولدرز، بعد الاجتماع مع بعض الخبراء الإحصائيين وبالدعم من الإسكو. أيضا تم تنقية هذه السياسات إلى 5 سياسات مهمة، وتم ربط أو تنقيح إيش هي المؤشرات اللي ممكن نستخرجها من هاي البيانات بحيث تدعم أصحاب القرار، إضافة إلى أنه ربطها مع الأوبن سورس أو مع الأوبن سورس داتا أو المصادر اللي ممكن نجيب منها هذه البيانات. ال5 سياسات أنا راح أعرضهم بس بشكل سريع. السياسة الأولى كانت بتخص جمعية خيرية هي تكية أم علي، وكان المميز في هذه الجمعية أنها كانت مدعومة من قبل الحكومة، وكانت بتوزع معونات للفقراء تختار الأشد فقراً. السياسة الثانية هي الإديوكيشن أو التعليم، وكانت في منصة تم تطويرها من قبل الحكومة اسمها منصة درسك، وكانت موجهة لطلاب الحكومة بشكل عام. السياسة الثالثة هي للتحويل المعونات المالية أو المؤن من خلال صندوق النقد الوطني. السياسة الرابعة كانت بتخص ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، وهل تم تغطيتهم من خلال السياسات التي طبقت في الأردن في هذه الفترة أو لا. السياسة الأخيرة كانت الشركات الصغيرة، والشركات الصغيرة بدون جائحة هي تتعرض لمشاكل ولتحديات كبيرة، فلذلك كانت هي من أهم السياسات اللي تم تغطيتها خلال هذا المشروع. Next. طبعا بعد تحديد السياسات تم تحديد من المالكين لهذه السياسات، من هم المتأثرين من هذه السياسات، من هي الجهة المستفيدة في حال طبقت هذه السياسات، وإيش هي مصادر البيانات اللي راح يتم ربطها مع كل سياسة من السياسات من خلال تصنيفها. إضافة إلى بعد ما حددنا كل هاي المعلومات، كان من المهم أن نحدد شو هي المنهجية وهل هذه البيانات ومصادرها موجودة. إذا حددنا فيسبوك، تويتر، الجيدل، جوجل ترند، ساتلايت ايمج، هل هذه البيانات متوفرة ومتاحة في هذه الفترة أو لا؟ تم تحديد المنهجية اللي ممكن نجيب منها هاي البيانات وطريقة التحليل اللي راح يتم فيها تحليل هذه البيانات. طبعا بعد هيك كان في تحديد الكلمات المفتاحية لكل سياسة، الخاصة في كل سياسة، لعمل التحليل على هذه الكلمات وقياس المشاعر الخاصة في كل من هذه الكلمات بالطريقة اللي أمامكم. بعدها هذا شكل من أشكال التحليل اللي صارت أو التولز اللي تستخدم لتحليل الكلمات المفتاحية اللي تم جمعها لكل من هذه السياسات، فقط يعني للعرض الشكل. بعدها في عنا التحليل الجيدل، هي تحليل المشاعر العربي وكيف أثرت. يعني هون مثال فقط من الأمثلة اللي تم تحليلها حول الفقر. فبنلاحظ مثلا احنا بنقيس المشاعر السلبية والمشاعر الإيجابية من خلال الكلمات المفتاحية اللي تم تحليلها على هذا المشروع. فبنلاحظ مثلا انه في فعلا تخوف ومشكلة ومشاعر سلبية واضحة، وهو اللون الذهبي، حول التوجه الاقتصادي في هذه الفترة، حول القرارات الاقتصادية التي طبقت في هذه الفترة، وهل إنه راح يكون في تأثير اقتصادي على الناس ذوي الحاجة أو لا، هل راح يتم تغطيتهم أو يتم مراعاة أوضاعهم الاجتماعية أو لا. فكان في تخوف واضح، وكان في ارتفاع، خاصة كان في الأشهر في شهر 6 وشهر 7 في ذروة الجائحة والإغلاق التام، كان في تخوف واضح بالتحليل اللي واضح قدامكم. اللي بعدها هذا كمان تحليل لا اللي بعدها أغلب. اللي بعد أيوة، كان هذا التحليل برضه كان للمشاعر، لقياس المشاعر السلبية، وكيف كان ممكن أحيانا تكون مشاعر إيجابية بشكل كامل في حال قرار معين تم اتخاذه. فممكن البحث يعني في شهر 4 مثلا 20/4 كان في مشاعر إيجابية واضحة، معناته في كان تطبيق سياسة معينة هون نالت رضا بعض الجمهور. في شهر 7 أو في شهر 9 كان في مشاعر بشكل عالي، مشاعر سلبية. فأصحاب القرارات والسياسات راح بينظروا بهذا التحليل إيش هي السياسة اللي تم تطبيقها في هاي الفترة وأدت إلى هذا التوجه السلبي عند الناس. اللي بعدهم. هذا مثال لتطبيق المشاعر السلبية والإيجابية التوجه ترند لجوجل ترند حول تكية أم علي. نلاحظ إنه في شهر 3 كان البيك كتير عالي أو توجه كتير عالي، وهذا هو نفسه لما بحثنا مع الجمعية وجدنا إنه في هذا التحليل كانت في هاي الفترة إعلان المعونات اللي يجب أن تأتي من هذه الجمعية. بعدهم هون عن الفيسبوك والتنقل، كيف استخدم الفيسبوك في قياس مدى التزام الناس في التنقل من بيوتهم خلال فترة الإغلاق التام، وهل كان في التزام أو لا. طبعا عدم الالتزام بيشير إلى أنه في مشكلة، إما عدم وعي، إما أنه في حاجة للخروج، ويجب أن تتوجه الحكومة للنظر في هذه الحاجة للخروج من البيت. هذا مثال للهدف أو المخرج الثاني اللي حكينا عنه في هذا المشروع، واللي هو البلاتفورم اللي بتحتوي على تويتر، جوجل ترند، جوجل ناو كاستنج، والفيسبوك. طبعا زي ما حكينا هي sustainable بلاتفورم بحيث تحتوي على جميع المواضيع من health, economic, education, poverty، كل المواضيع الحيوية، بحيث ممكن لأصحاب القرار ينفذوها في أي وقت. هي ليس مرتبطة فقط بالجائحة، وممكن اليوزرز إنهم يعدلوا عليها بعد هيك. طبعا الادمن يوزرز احنا اللي بعدهم هذا نفسه حكيناه، ممكن نروح على اللي بعدهم. هلا تارجت يوزرز او مين هم اللي ممكن يستخدموا هاي المنصه؟ طبعا الاحصاءات العامه، وزاره التخطيط، اداره الازمات والكوارث، مؤسسه الضمان الاجتماعي، المنظمات الدوليه والمؤسسات التنمويه. وطبعا اغلب هذه الجهات تم الاجتماع معها، تم توضيح هذه المنصه لهم، وتم اشراكهم في عدد من الاجتماعات واخذ رايهم في عدد من الاجتماعات خلال تطوير المشروع. طبعا هي فقط أمثلة، هو لأنه ما ضل وقت مش رح أفوت في تفاصيل الأمثلة، لكن هون أمثلة على كيف تويتر ممكن إنه يعني قبل وبعد السياسة معينة ممكن إنه يرتفع أو يقل المشاعر السلبية أو الإيجابية. اللي بعدها اللي بعدها. هذا مثال مهم صراحة رغم ضيق الوقت، لكن حابة أنا أذكره، هو المقارنة بين بيانات العمالة والبطالة في الأردن الحقيقية الواقعية اللي تم جمعها من الميدان مع البيانات اللي تم عمل فوركاستنج عليها تنبؤ، وكان يعني تقارب واضح ويمكن ويثبت أنه ممكن الاعتماد على البيانات الغير تقليدية أو نحكي على بيانات التنبؤ في هذه الحالة بيج داتا. هلا الايجابيات السلبيات يمكن ذكرها زميلي زياد، ما في داعي اذكرها، لكن انا بس بدي انهي بجمله واحده، انه هل هي البيج داتا كانت بديل للداتا الحقيقيه او التقليديه الرسميه؟ احنا بنقدر نحكي بعد هذا المشروع وبعد عده مشاريع يمكن نفذت من هذيك الفتره للان، انه كداتا ساينس تولز نعم هي راح تكون تسرع وتطور من العمل الاحصائي، لكن كبيانات غير تقليديه هي ممكن تكون بديله في حاله الازمات، في حاله عدم الوصول الكامل للبيانات. بالنسبه لاستخدامها ممكن يكون مكمل ومطور للبيانات الرئيسيه ومثبت لدقه هذه البيانات. ويعطيكم العافيه. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا مهندسة أحلام على الاستعراض الممتاز لاستخدام البيانات الضخمة، وإذا ما كانت بديل للبيانات والإحصاءات التقليدية. والحقيقة هي نفس تقريبا الخلاصة التي خلص عليها أخونا زياد قبل كده، إنه هي مهمة تستخدم، لها استخدامات فاعلة في أوقات الأزمات، ليست بديل للإحصاءات التقليدية، ولكنها داعم كبير له. وفي المستقبل ربما يكون هناك إمكانية لتطوير الإحصاءات التقليدية في إطار البيج داتا، يعني ننظر في هذا في المستقبل. شكرا جزيلا. الحقيقة انتهينا من العروض، كان في 4 عروض، 2 حول تجربتين عن استخدام البيانات الضخمة، وتجربة اللي قدمها السيد بروك، وأيضا ما ذهب إليه أخونا كومار في أفغانستان عن وهي كلها أماكن يعني تتفاوت فيها درجة عدم الاستقرار وكيفية استخدام البيانات. نفتح النقاش. الحقيقة ليس لدينا وقت طويل، ولكن نشوف إذا في أسئلة في الفلور أو على الويب سايت. أستاذة وفاء.
شكرا ايضا انا للمتحدثين، وطبعا يعني هذا بالاشاره انه مثل ما قدموا لنا بالكينوت سبيتش باول يوم انه الاعتماد على الفاندامنتالز كثير مهم، بس كمان لازم نروح للفرونتيرز. الفرونتيرز هن كيف ممكن ندمج التكنولوجيا البيانات اللي بنستخدمها من التكنولوجيا الحديثة مع المصادر التقليدية. فشكرا جزيلا للمتحدثين. في عنا أسئلة. رح أقول سؤال أيسر، لأنه سؤال أيسر مهم. يمكن فؤاد إذا بتضلك معنا. يس. فؤاد سأل إنه هل إنه الدراسة اللي تطبقت من تيلمان، من بروفيسور تيلمان، هل ممكن تطبيقها مثلا بفلسطين؟ إنه كالالجوريزمز والبرمجيات اللي تم تطبيقها، هل ممكن تطبيقها بفلسطين؟ هلا أنا جاوبوا على الشات، بس أنا يعني أتمنى إنه بروفيسور تيلمان يقدر يجاوب، لأنه مهم جدا إنه ناخذ بعين الاعتبار انه مش كل البرمجيات خلص نطبقها باي طريقه على كل الدول. لازم يكون في حذر يعني كثير انه كيف ممكن
Yes, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Would you like me to answer directly? I'd be happy to.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. It's very important that we do techniques and approaches and new approaches, that we try them in many different contexts, so that we, and it's also important to study different contexts so that we learn across context and see perhaps the similarities across these contexts. And I'm sure there are many similarities, even if contexts are different. However, it's not a question of just using a specific code or a specific script and reapplying that, because it always depends on the nature of the data set, the names of the variables, you know, the division of the sample, the sampling strategy. So every code or every program has to be adapted. But Palestine is an area which actually has very good statistics, you know, very strong statistical capacity and very strong surveying capacities. And I've worked with colleagues from the Palestinian Statistical Bureau many times very successfully. So I think if there is a survey one wanted to analyze with, for example, machine learning, that would be very easily done. And you know, the capacity I think is there, and the data is there. So one can use new approaches to try to make sense of the data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tillman. هلا السؤال كمان ايضا ل بروفيسور فؤاد اللي كان هو متابع مع لبنان والأردن تطبيق المشروع مع مستر يوسف شعيتاني. ممكن السؤال أيضا هل مثلا ممكن تطبيق ما تم تطويره مع الأردن وفلسطين لدول تانية؟ what's the sustainability of the project بالنسبة لصانع القرار بالدولتين؟ Thank you فؤاد.
Thank you لكم. هلا البلاتفورم يلي انعرض من قبل أحلام بطريقة كتير سريعة كجزء من المشروع مع خلفيته أكيد، لأنه هذا الوقت مسموح هون، رح نأمنها من خلال المنظمين. رح نأمن لينك للبلاتفورم مع الكريدنشل، فيكم تاخذوا الكريدنشل من وفاء. هلا إذا بتفوتوا على هالبلاتفورم فيكم تشوز، فيكم تختاروا البلد لبنان والأردن بس. والبلاتفورم خلص من أكثر من سنة وشهرين، والحديت هلا أنا الأسبوع الماضي كنت تقريبا مرة بالأسبوع فوت على البلاتفورم تشوف شو عم يصير، لأنه كنت بعيد عن لبنان والأردن، تشوف شو عم يصير بالجو العام بالنسبة لك أهم مؤشرات التنمية الاقتصادية الاجتماعية بلبنان وبالأردن، يلي هن معروفين يعني متعلقين بالتوظيف، بالاقتصاد، بالتعليم، بالصحة، بالفقر، معروفين هن المؤشرات. يعني شو ما كانت الكارثة طبيعية أو حرب أو اللي هي، بالاخر الامباكت الاثر على هذه المؤشرات اللي احنا بنعرفها. بقى هاي المؤشرات ما في داعي نغيرها مع كل كارثه. اللي بيتغير هو الكوارث، اثرها مفهوم شو على الصحه والتعليم والتوظيف والاقتصاد والفقر. بقى هودي كانوا على طول عن رقبهم. والازمات بلبنان نحن كتير خلاقين في الازمات وكرييتيف وفي انوفيشن كتير كبير. بقى بخلال السنه الماضيه الحقيقه كنت انا مصدوم شو كان عم يصير من خلال هالبلاتفورم. بدعيكم تتفرجوا على البلاتفورم، وبتمنى من دولكم كيف ممكن نزيد بطريقه كتير سريعه، يعني بخلال ايام فينا نعمل، لانه في شويه لوكاليزيشن لبلدكم بالنسبه للكيوردز، الكلمات الاساسيه بال سبيتش اناليسيز والسنتمنت، متعلقه بمثلا الفلوس او مصاري او ليره او ريال او شيء من هالنوع وهلم جر. بقى في شويه خصوصيه لكل بلد، ولكن البلاتفورم بخلال ايام فينا نزيد بلدكم على هالبلاتفورم ونتفرج على نبض دولنا بطريقه مش هنقول هيدي هي محل الاحصاءات، وانما هيدي بتعطيني فكره النير ريل تايم شو رده الفعل على بعض القرارات الحكوميه والسياسات. هذا هو الموجود، واكيد من خلال وفا ويوسف جاهزين نتعاون معكم تنزيد دولكم على هالبلاتفورم اللي كان هو نموذجي لدولتين فقط. شكرا.
بس بدي اضيف بس على اللي تفضل فيه زميلي فؤاد، انه الداتا كلها publicly available، مشان هيك انه replicating هيدا البلاتفورم لغير بلدان متاح وسهل.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fouad Mrad ويوسف شعيتاني for the clarification. ومدام شهيرة بعد عم تسألني فينا مع الدول العربية to extend it.
يعني هل ما هي إمكانية أن تكون هذه المنصة مفتوحة لكل الدول العربية، بحيث يكون عندنا يعني component لكل دولة عربية، بعد ذاك الأكسس لكل دولة عربية نحدده على حسب، لأنه قد يكون في بعض المعلومات sensitive في بعض الأحيان وبعض المعلومات الغير sensitive. فيعني فما أعرف، يعني إحنا على المستوى الدولي في الديزنفانتار ده اللي هي أختنا سايرة، وفيها معلومات الدول كلها الخاصة بالكوارث والاستعداد والإنذار. إحنا كجامعة عربية ليس لدينا أكسس، الدول لديها أكسس عشان تدخل المعلومات، لكن إحنا ليس لدينا. أنا لما أجي أعمل تقرير إقليمي في المنطقة العربية عن الحد من مخاطر الكوارث، لا أمتلك معلومات الدول العربية عشان أعمل تقرير، لكن الأمم المتحدة لديها المعلومات. فهل ممكن إحنا نخلق تكون دي نواة لمنصة عربية تكون الدول هي المالكة الأساسية لها، ونستطيع نحن كمنظمات إقليمية الولوج لها على الأقل لإعطاء فكرة عن الإقليم، لأنه نحن الآن إقليم موجود داخل العالم نذوب في المنظومة الكبرى وليس لدينا خصوصية خاصة بالمنطقة العربية. فنفكر في هذا الموضوع. ربما ترون أن نضع توصية بسيطة كده للنظر في إمكانية مثلا عرض هذه المنصة بالتفصيل على بقية الدول العربية من خلال آلية التنسيق العربية للحد من مخاطر الكوارث، للنظر في رغبتهم في الولوج إلى أو الدخول إلى هذه المنصة كبذرة لمنظومة عربية إذا لم تتعارض مع أي منصات أخرى قد تكون موجودة وإحنا ما عارفينها حقيقة. قد يكون في منصات أخرى لأنه ده مشروع، فبرضو برضو الكوردينيشن مهم. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا مدام شهيرة. وطبعا احنا هذه البلاتفورم اللي بتفسح مجال انه نتحاور في هذا الموضوع. سايرة كويكلي.
Thank you very much, Madam Shahira. It's a pleasure to always listen to you. And thank you, distinguished speakers and guests. I just have one reflection on Disinventar. On Disinventar, we have some countries who have made their data public. And if you go into the system, I will let you know that this data is, for instance, for Iraq, in Yemen, the data is public. It is publicly available. Some of the data which is sensitive to the countries, they have not, this is their discretion. So the national focal points whom I work work with, so they have the access, but we support them in the establishing the disaster loss database. So I would be happy to have a bilateral discussion. And of course, the data is all for our use. We would be happy to work with League of Arab States and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. معلش عندنا سؤال تاني and we will close this this session. سؤال our colleagues from Afghanistan and I will read it in Arabic. ما هي الآلية? I just want to make sure you get the interpretation. Yeah, okay. So ما هي الآلية التي استخدمتموها لجمع البيانات الخاصة البيانات عن المتضررة من الزلزال الأخير الذي ضرب أفغانستان؟ وهل تم تصنيف بيانات البنايات المتضررة كبنايات حمراء برتقالية خضراء أم بنايات يمكن استعمالها بيانات يمكن استعمالها وبيانات يمكن ترميمها ثم استعمالها وبيانات يمكن استعمالها؟ السؤال من السيد بالحاج، بس بدي أتأكد إنه السؤال كان عمر بالحاج الأكاديمية العربية.
رئيس مركز السيد عمر بالحاج رئيس مركز الزلازل والكوارث الطبيعية الأخرى، وهو أحد المراكز المتخصصة التابعة لجامعة الدول العربية في الجزائر.
بدي أتأكد إنه أنا عم بقرأ السؤال بشكل صحيح. هل عم تسأل عن بيانات عن البنايات المتضررة؟ هل هذا صحيح؟ بس حتى أتأكد.
الآلية المستخدمة لجمع البيانات، الآلية الميكانيزم.
Okay. So is that clear, Mr. Kumar?
Yes. Yes, very much so. I just also want to highlight that, UNDP globally has come up with a household building damage assessment data, which we call HPDA, which was applied by the leading organization there, and we supported that. So yes, we collected the data based on that, but we are also thinking that how we can systemize some of the buildings related, like building codes. Even for many countries in Asia and Pacific, you have earth construction related building codes, which I think Afghanistan does not have so far. So I think there are a lot of learnings that has come, but for data collection, we did apply a very systematic approach. And I think we now do have a data, which UNDP has also verified. So yes, I mean, I think the way forward for us is that how do we move forward in order to kind of make sure that we do have a mechanism, not at the onset of the disaster, but before that, how do we analyze because the zoning hasn't happened, so there is a lot of effort that needs to go into the earthquake region, where you have to have this zoning, which is a macro picture is there for as a risk profile, but we need to take it to the provincial, regional level as well as the district level, when we need to have much better information about the assets, about the services, about the buildings, so I think we are looking to strengthen that, and I think in coming months we will be focusing on that. Over.
Thank you very much for the answer, and I appreciate if you can reply on the chat also, so I can keep record of the correct answer. I appreciate it. Rahul, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to compliment what Mr. Kumar mentioned, and that is globally, UNDR and UNDP and also WMO, World Meteorological Organization, are coming up with a new system for loss accounting, which will progressively replace Disinventar. Disinventar is now 25 years old. It's doing its job, but you can imagine, I keep joking about this, that the Microsoft Windows and Disinventar came up in the same year, but I think we invested a little bit more in Microsoft. Little bit more. So, but it is a joint initiative. UNDP globally, UNDR and WMO is also very important, because they are looking at the hazards at a higher level, which cause cascading effects. So to track that, so WMO is also working. So these three organizations are working together. We're working on the prototype, and we're going to actually work with the countries to give us feedback on the prototype, so the system is built to them. Thanks.
Maybe I can add something now that Charbel from Habitat is with us. We had a presentation, if you remember, Fuad, we had the OICT office from New York presenting what they're doing in Afghanistan. And we were surprised they were working on the deeds of using machine learning and, new data. So we were wondering, I mean, it's important to know about the buildings and, the assets and all that. So maybe UNDP has a role to prioritize. Where should we put the UN collaboration, in which areas? I mean, this was very important that, the settlements, the people in the settlements, what is the condition of the buildings? This is a higher priority than if I have the ownership of the house or not. So this is for you, Mr. Kumar, to follow up on. Saira, last thing, and yes.
Okay, sorry. One more thing. As UNDRR and UNDP have a joint action plan, and all the regional offices are supporting through the country offices of UNDP in different areas like risk profiling, risk assessment, also on a disaster loss database, national strategies, local level action plans. So of course we are collaborating together, but I think we should, work more closely together. Thank you very much.
And I have to emphasize the habitat work. They go to the neighborhood, they do the mapping, they do the profiling, and we're working closely with Habitat Lebanon. Sharbel, yes, just to say what you're doing.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Sharbel Abu Shara, GIS coordinator at UN Habitat. Just to mention one thing, even if you look to the new urban agenda and the indicator of SDG 11, when it's mentioned the informal settlement and their characteristic, even in this guide, it's mentioned clearly that we always need to do more and more advanced research using Earth observation and machine learning. Even although we have a lot of or several studies around the world in Tanzania and many other countries, we still need to validate on each country, because each country has its own concept. And even, let's say, to talk about Lebanon, if we apply any code, let's say on Beirut, there is high possibility that it will not work in Bekaa, for example, due to the context, due to the texture of the building, to the height, to the morphology, and even to the population and the culture. So this is also to ensure that we always need to have this large scale, and then to validate by going to the neighborhood. And we mentioned, we noticed this especially after our long project, which is called the neighborhood profile, when we did the multi-sectoral study on 28 neighborhoods across Lebanon. It has different contexts. So we always need in parallel work on machine learning to understand, and in parallel to go deeply on the site to teach this machine to have this accurate machine learning. And also just to mention one more thing. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for everyone and for this lively discussion. I think this session has been very lively, and thank you very much. You earned a small break.
I'm not going to let them know, not the ones online.
Extremely small break for the people in the room. Unfortunately, the people online have
Stay
a
with us.
different thing from our not from me. Thank you very much.
Yes. So thank you very much. We just mentioned that we had two questions that we wanted you to answer, and we will present the results for you. So please join us. Christophe will send this in the chat. Fill up like the open question on what is your expectation, what are the challenges, and there will be some polling questions also that we will do until we start the next session. So stay on, you can have your coffee and come back to fill the forms. Thank you.
How are you, Rahul?
Assalamu alaikum, Masal al khair, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to have you and invite you for the session number 6, which is on innovations in data tools for risk information and communication exhibition at the premises of MC Conference Hall today in Esquire. So I have with me my colleagues, Mr. Suhail Rastan and Christoph and myself with you, and we will go through this innovative session. This session is presenting the innovations in data tools for risk information and communication that address the existence of potentially hazardous situations in areas where people live, work, and play. So it's very interesting because it offers the opportunities towards integrating accurate and decision-relevant data on natural and anthropogenically induced disasters. So with this, this session, we aim to facilitate interdisciplinary cross-pollination of ideas, because we see that so many agencies, so many people are doing a lot of innovative work in data platforms, and to promote partnership towards achieving data and statistics feeding into the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction and the related sustainable development goals. So with this, we will start the session. And please note that for every presentations, we have 14 presentations, and it's like you will have information on so many things in a snapshot. So it will be very interesting, but we request all our presenters to be specific and to be on time. So we start with our first presenter, Mr. Mohammed Abdussalam Al-Waleli, and he's a Sustainable Development Officer in Esquire. And he has his work intersects with the concepts of big data analytics, decision-making, planning, and management, and the development of online data and knowledge exploration tools. So with not further delay, we invite Mr. Abdussalam to present his presentation.
Thank you very much. So how many minutes do I have? So 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you. So good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Abdussalam Al-Waleli. Today, I would like to share with you some work we have been doing with FAO on between FAO and Esquire on increasing watershed resilience to climate change in the NINA region. And today I will highlight some our recent case study we conducted in Algeria and one of the watershed in North Africa. The main the project aims to increase watershed resilience to climate change through an integrated approach that include climate modeling approach we did, and also some assessment to look at climate change impact on agricultural sector in the watershed. This integrated assessment consists of 3 different components. The first one is regional climate modeling to generate some high resolution reference and future climate projections. Here we can mention precipitation, temperature, and other climate indicators. The second component is the vulnerability assessment of the ag sector and the watershed. And the third one, we are looking at the yield simulation under climate change. So these 3 components are somehow interconnected. And so we conducted 3 different studies. In this presentation, I will highlight some results on the vulnerability assessment we did for the watershed. For those who are not familiar with the watershed, it's located in the northern part of Algeria, with area of 5,000 square kilometers. The basin is characterized by mid-Mediterranean type climate, rainy in winter and dry in summer time. The minimum temperature varies between 8 to 12. The maximum temperature can reach 30 degrees. The annual rainfall around 900 millimeters. Really, in order to look at the impact on the ag sectors, we adapted the IPCC approach, which consider of vulnerability as function of many components. The exposure component, which basically the climate aspect. The second one is the sensitivity, which looking at the weakness of the system. And the third one is the adaptive capacity, which basically describing the human dimension in this vulnerability assessment. Using this framework, we develop this impact chain, as you see here, which has many pillars. You can see different weight for different indicators. We developed this framework or the impact chain with the national stakeholders. We had many meetings there, and we selected best indicator to really look at how the ag sector will behave in mid-century and also the end century. Quickly, this is the first outcome of this analysis. As you see here, the potential impact of the climate change in the entire basin. Especially, you can see many red spots on this watershed, but overall, the potential impact of climate change will be increasing from the near century to mid-century. This can be explained by the change in precipitation. As you see here, the precipitation will decrease by 4.8 millimeters per month, and also the temperature will double in the mid-century. So this is basically a huge impact on the watershed, because the increase of precipitation and also decrease in precipitation, increase in temperature, and also climate variables. The second output of this analysis is the adaptive capacity. As you see here, the northern part of the basin has high adaptive capacity because the big urban center, there's many public services there, so that the northern part of the basin has more capacity to adapt to cope with climate change. Here you can see quickly the overall vulnerability of the sector across the basin on the 3 different periods from the reference period.
Abdeslam, you still have 1 minute left, please.
Okay, especially you can see here, especially how this, how the ag sector behave across the different periods. You can see some statistics here. The overall, we have 96% of population will be living in high impacted areas. Also for the cropland areas, and also the surface, the water, or rivers or wadis in the watershed. So as I mentioned in the beginning, the objective was to develop some resilient package. So we had the chance to present the different studies, the results, in which the national stakeholders were able to suggest some intervention that they can adapt to increase the watershed resilience. There's some interventions, but we have 10 interventions that they can use to improve the resilience of the watershed. So I will stop there, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for such interesting information. And now, with no further delay, I will invite my colleague from IOM, Mr. Duncan Sullivan. He's the head of programs at IOM Lebanon, and he has been stationed in Beirut since 2021. Of course, he's in love in Beirut, so do I. And he has worked in operations across the MENA region in varying emergency and recovery programs in Jordan, Iraq, and Yemen. So I'll invite Mr. Duncan, who is with us today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, colleagues. So as mentioned, now being based here in Lebanon, but prior to the deployment here, I was with the Displacement Tracking Matrix, one of IOM's data collection tools that's deployed globally around the world to track and monitor displaced communities and other migrants, and to better understand their conditions. Now, I understand with just 5 minutes, it's not too long to get into the details, so I might skim through some of the PowerPoints, so excuse me for that. So as a brief introduction, IOM is, as you all work on DRR, specifically looking at the mobility dimensions of crisis, to be able to share that information and have a better understanding to support in reducing risk and building resilience in line with the Sendai framework. Next slide. And so in doing that, we work to better understand the mobility perspectives within a crisis linked with climate or disaster related incidences. And through a kind of, if you will, a multi-hazard risk assessment approach through deploying the displacement tracking matrix. Perhaps I skip through this slide as well. So as I mentioned at the start, the DTM, it looks at displaced and other migrant populations. It's deployed across over 80 countries worldwide. And so a large outreach to understand these different mobile populations. And in some of these countries, and I will give a few specific examples, we work specifically with the states at both the national and the local level to support and strengthen their DRR capacity and broader efforts. And then just one additional point to add on this slide, and kind of taken the topic of this session, looking at data and innovation. We work with our partners in this space, and specifically with IDMC in several countries, as well as at the global level, to really work on some of the both forecasting and monitoring of populations in this area of work. And if I could perhaps now go into a few kind of key examples of some of the work that the DTM does across these 80 countries where we're deployed. So in Mozambique, over the last kind of 2 or 3 years, we've been deploying a multi-hazard mapping exercise that looks at the different events that happen across the country. You can see there in the slide, I won't go through them all, but a list of some of the kind of key attributes that we look at across this assessment. Next slide. And then in Burundi, we also have a similar approach through a kind of hazard mapping assessment. This has been ongoing now for 4 years in coordination with our partners there in the country. We've mapped and recorded over 520 disaster events, and looking to see and understand those events, the impact of them through a kind of taking the perspectives of mobility, dimensions of mobility in mind. And that information is very much captured to be able to share with decision makers, responders and policy makers on the ground in the country, but also regionally and at the policy and global levels as well. Next slide. And while again in Uganda, it's something that we look at and called kind of hazard mapping exercise. It's slightly different to the 2 past examples that I've shared, in the sense that we the outputs that we are providing monitor how we are observing climate variations compared to the usual weather forecasts that might have been assumed or predicted to be taking place at that part and that time of the year. And so perhaps frequency of flash floods, if you will, or the duration of droughts that have been observed. And from IOM, again, that is through a perspective of understanding the kind of dimensions of mobility within that crisis and the impacts those climate variations are having on the country to inform, again, decision makers and response actors. Next slide. 1 minute left and I come to the summary, so I think I just about got there. So I guess in my closing words is to say that the displacement tracking matrix does have a broad reach across the world, working in over 80 countries. However, in those countries, we do have some key examples where we're looking at hazard mapping and working in the space of DRR. However, those examples, they do have to be very much contextualized rather than building off a standard methodology, a blueprint for every country. So it's very important for it to be a specific approach. And that ultimately the data that we collect and that we analyze and share with our partners is there for a broad use by decision makers and response actors. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Duncan, and thank you for sharing such excellent case studies from Burundi and Uganda. And it was very informative. So with this, we move on to our next presenter, who is Mr. Henry Victor, Dr. Henry Victor, who is the Coordinator, Information Systems for Health, Division of Science Information Dissemination from WHO. And he will be presenting on the SCORE data cards from WHO. Unfortunately, he's not with us today, but he has shared his recorded presentation in advance. So let's see what he has to say.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone. My name is Henry Doctor. I'm the Coordinator for Information Systems for Health in the WHO Regional Office based in Cairo. Imagine a disaster has occurred and you need information on the area where it has occurred, such as the total population by age and sex, or the nearest health facility. But realize that such information does not exist. Well, you may have other alternatives to address this challenge. In light of this, I'll highlight today the importance of enhancing national health information systems to provide the needed data that we want to facilitate our focus on the WHO score for health data technical package. Despite progress in recent years, high-quality data are not adequately routinely collected globally. This means that major health challenges are not adequately monitored. Effective interventions are not directed to the right people at the right time and at the right place. Quality of cause of death data remains a challenge in the region and also global. Inequality analysis and critical health system reviews, yet only 38% of countries include disaggregated data by socio-economic status. These are the key findings from a global report on the health data systems and capacity that covered 133 countries and covering 87% of the global population. While some countries have achieved a sustainable capacity in key areas, no country has a fully mature health information system. Globally, 68% of countries have well-developed and sustainable capacity for public health surveillance. Inequality that is high or low income.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have some voice issue here, so we're trying to fix it. So instead of wasting time, let's move on to our next speaker from UN OCHA, Mr. Wael Iskander. He's Information Management Officer for UN OCHA Romania. He has more than 13 years of experience in information management in both humanitarian and development settings. He also provided information management support and capacity building to many complex emergencies in Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and Libya. So let me invite Mr. Wael to kindly present. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I will be very briefly talking about the humanitarian data exchange. Do I have to share my screen, or is the presentation there?
Yeah, yes. Can you please share your screen?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Yes, Wael, are you having difficulties in sharing the screen?
No, just a second. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, so you can see my screen now.
Yes, it's perfect. Thanks. Please go ahead.
Thanks a lot. So very briefly, I will talk about the humanitarian data exchange. I also need to mention that my colleague Obada from the humanitarian, the Center for Humanitarian Data, who are responsible for the HDX, is also present for answering any questions. The Center for Humanitarian Data is currently located in The Hague, Netherlands. It has 4 main functions, data services. One of them is managing the HDX. The second one is the data responsibility, which is educating people about how to be responsible using the data, not to preserve the privacy of whomever for the data literacy, and how to use the data and predictable analysis as well. So those are the 4 focus areas for the center. We'll talk about the HDX, which is the humanitarian data exchange platform. It makes it easy to find humanitarian data. The HDX was launched in 2014 and has become the go-to place for humanitarian data. This is the screens that you may find in the HDX when searching for data. You can download the data, and you can also view the metadata, where this data came from, how it was collected, and when it was last updated. At a glance, the HDX has 1.4 million unique users as of 2021. It has almost 2 million downloads, 300 plus active organizations that have their data on HDX. From those 300 plus organizations, we have 19,000 plus data sets in more than 200 locations. So this is a brief chart on the over the years of how unique users are of the number of unique users. The humanitarian data at a glance, it is the data about the context of the crisis. Consists of the data about the context of the crisis, the data about the people affected and their needs, and the data about the humanitarian response, which is the humanitarians responding to the affected people and to their needs. Okay, so if we have all that kind of data, all this large amount of data, then what would be maybe the issues in downloading this data? It's how to find your data in the 19,000 plus data sets. So that's why in 2019 the HDX team added a feature which was called the data grid. So in the data grid, it places the most important crisis data into 6 groups. Within each group, there are a subset of categories which are presented as a brief for all the data in the crisis, and by clicking one of the categories, you can dig in more in the crisis, in the data for that crisis. Data grids at the top of HDX country pages, but only countries with an HRP. So it's the countries who have the humanitarian response plan. This is also only the countries who have the data grids. Each grid includes data completeness progress bar to show you how much of the data is completed for each country.
You still have 1 minute left.
Okay, thanks a lot. So relevant crisis data is complete if it is subnational format and latest data. So the overall completeness from 2019 to 2021, briefly, this is the chart for the data completeness, and we continue, and the team in the Center for Humanitarian Data continue to monitor the data completeness. We will also share a lot of links. You can navigate through those links to explore the HDX more and explore more of the data sets on HDX. and my colleague Obada will remain available for answering any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wael, for such interesting presentation and sharing that there are 1.4 million users already for this HDX platform. So moving next, we have our colleague Madhurima Sarkar. So it's good. She's not with us today, but she has shared her recorded presentation. Madhurima is the Economic Affairs Officer in UNESCAP. And she's also focuses on the intersections between disasters, climate, health, and pathways. So let's see that how let's see the presentation. I hope we can hear it well. Yeah, and if it doesn't work, we will move to the next, so not to waste time. Thank you.
Today, I will briefly share with you the data methodology of
So, colleagues, unfortunately, we cannot also hear Madhu to the recorded presentation. So we'll move on to the next speaker. We had planned to have Dr. Shadi Abdullah with us, but I think Dr. Shadi is not with us due to a family emergency. So I will move on to our next speaker from the World Bank, Mr. Pierre. He's a disaster risk management specialist from the Global Facility for Disaster Risk Reduction and Recovery, GFDRR, administered by the World Bank. So, Mr. Pierre, if you're here.
Yes. Just a second. I have an echo, so I'm going to. No, that's now better. So I hope you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pierre Chanowski. I'm part of the GFDR, so Global Facility for Disaster Recovery, part of the World Bank. And today I'm going to introduce you a new program that we have that we call the Digital Earth Partnership. So the idea of this new program is to take advantage of a new source of information such as Earth observation, machine learning, so all those new disruptive technologies, and to combine them with, let's say, traditional data collection methodologies to equip governments, communities to better collect data for disaster risk management. So what I assume we all have saw in our different projects is that, you know, with those traditional approach for data collections, it's sometimes very costly. It takes time to plan, it takes time to procure, and it is a process that you have to repeat over and over again. And so the idea is really to, so first of all, focus on the different type of data you want to collect for disaster risk management, so from exposure, vulnerability, but also hazards, of course, and to take advantage and combine the different methodologies for data collection. So from the data from satellites to what we call community mapping. So people from communities participating in the actual mapping of their own assets, buildings, and infrastructures, but also to use a new type of technology, such as artificial intelligence, which we believe have the potential really to scale up the rest of the methodology. And this is an approach that we are trying to implement through open source solutions, open models, open standards, because we believe it has a benefit in terms of cost it's more, it's cheaper, but also through that process, we can build capacities of more people because they, you know, they can use those technologies, they can learn more easily with them. And so this is a program that is built on former successes from our team. One of them is the Open Cities Africa, where we supported 16 cities in Africa to map exposure data for disaster risk management using OpenStreetMap platform. And another program is the Resilience Academy that we have implemented successfully with Tanzania universities to train a cohort of students that are, you know, already involved and available to work on disaster risk data collection. Some other specific examples. So one, again, in Tanzania, where the students help to map solid waste, so to take pictures, to take information on drainage networks, and that directly informed our World Bank operations. Another one is in Freetown, Sierra Leone, where we are supporting the city to map trees in order to reduce risk of landslide, but also to, you know, improve the livelihood of the citizen. Here we are using AI models, and with the help of students who validate the data on the ground, we have been able to improve that model to create a baseline of urban green vegetation. And we are not alone. So this is a partnership that we are starting with ESA, so European Space Agency, that's providing, of course, data through their Copernicus program, but also supports in terms of consortiums of actors mainly from Europe that can provide support on different type of issues. So from disaster resilience to urban sustainability, but also specific issues that are related to situations of fragility and conflicts. So those consortiums, they are ready to support us. They are working on specific use case pilots. And of course, we try to then embed those new technologies, those innovations to the local community. So again, using those transfer knowledge methodologies to have the communities involved either in the data collection process or the data validation of the models that are developed. So that's it. That is our new Digital Earth partnership. Thanks again for your attention, and please reach out to us. So we are just starting and very eager to work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pierre, for sharing this information, and please share all the speakers. Please share your details and contacts in the chat, so the participants can reach out to you, because this time slot is very little, but we would be happy to have bilateral discussions later on. With this, I will call upon Mr. Andrew Spezukwa, and Andrew is based in Global Risk Analysis and Reporting Unit of UNDRR in Geneva, and he supports the overall rollout of the Global Risk Assessment Framework, which I've been talking about, aiming to assist the member states to better address the systemic risk. So Andrew, over to you, please.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the opportunity to share the work that and give you a teaser in these next 5 minutes of the work that we're doing at UNDRR. We've been developing the risk information exchange, recognizing that there's a proliferation of data platforms globally, and what we're trying to collectively solve is ensuring that that risk information is put in the hands of end users and informing investment and planning decisions. I think that's a common point of departure for many of the organizations that are presenting today. And we need to recognize that there is no single actor that can unlock all of this data and ensure that its full potential is being reached. What we're seeing as well is there's a lot of work in the risk knowledge space that is still somewhat fragmented and siloed. And what we're aiming to do with the risk information exchange is to aggregate existing sources of open source risk data. And I'll speak to that in the next few minutes that I have. So again, what we're trying to do with the RICS taxonomy, recognizing that the International Science Council and UNDRR in 2021 agreed to 302 hazard definitions, giving us for the first time an opportunity to standardize and harmonize how we're actually the narrative around hazards, what language and we're using around different hazard phenomena across countries. So what we've been doing is building out a living repository of open and national data sources. So and I'll speak to an example in a moment, but what this entails is that we actually field staff to countries to work with national disaster management agencies or survey departments over 6 to 8 month period. We knock on the doors of ministries and we actually collect risk information that's been nationally generated. This could be in the infrastructure sector, the health sector, electricity, etc. And we're putting this onto the RICS platform so people have a sense of what risk assessment work has been done previously. And we're building this out as a very low cost, low maintenance tool for UN member states to start aggregating risk information in the multitude of risk knowledge investments that are being made. We're also at the same time aggregating global sources. We recognize that a shared understanding of risk across the development and humanitarian community is needed, and platforms like HDX, like Inform, that are incredibly valuable, are as relevant in the development space as they are in the humanitarian space, obviously on different timescales. But what we're attempting to do is bring this multi-purpose tool together to accelerate more risk-informed planning. We're not duplicating or replacing what's already out there. We want the end user experience at country level to be as seamless as possible. So if they're drawing down information on heat stress, on flood risk, on drought, we're actually ensuring that we're curating that information for an end user through the RICS. In terms of its features, you'll be able to search it by the 302 hazard definitions. So if you have a risk information on chemical hazards in a certain country, you will be able to search that. If it's a certain type of flood, of the 8 different types of floods and hazard definitions, you'll be able to look at that as well. At the same time, we're looking at global impact data sets from Disinventar, from IMMC, the GID, from MDAD, GDAX. Where these are open source, we are ingesting them directly into the RICS. And again, providing some visualization functions for that work. For those UN partners as well, the RICS is being designed to actually facilitate UN common country assessments, and for humanitarian partners, and as we've done in South Sudan recently with OCHA and are doing later this month again with OCHA in Sudan, the use of the RICS is to facilitate the GIAF, that secondary risk analysis, to actually get a better sense of what hazard and risk information already exists. With WMO and the Green Climate Fund, recognizing they have a session at the end of this month on ensuring that climate science is applied in investment planning. We're also ensuring that each country has the same climate change projection data across the board.
1 minute left.
The only limitation is in the risk information that we can collect. We will be able to put it down at admin level 3, and the upload function is going to be built out. This is the taxonomy in terms of how we're organizing the information. In the 30 seconds, I think, that I have available, I won't be able to give you a live demonstration, but what you can see is this is an example of South Sudan. If you go to the live website, you'll be actually be able to go into a specific district where we take in global data sets and overlay that in across different subnational levels. This sometimes, my last point, involves UNDR making investments in subnational downscaling of Inform, which is an incredible information source. In a number of countries, we're doing that to enable us to have that granularity. The live demo we don't have time for. Let me just end with the what you'll see. This is the public beta website and our contact coordinates. Again, we very much look forward to partnering with all of the organizations during this session, and please feel free to reach out to us. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you say, you viewed that we were having some difficulty on the voice for Dr. Henry's and Madhurima's presentations. So we are trying to have the sequence first for Dr. Henry's presentation and afterwards Madhu. And after that, we will move to Mr. Majdi Fanous.
Just to say that in any case, we have the presentations on the website as presentations. Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone. My name is Henry Doctor. I'm the coordinator for information systems for health in the WHO region office based in Cairo. Imagine a disaster has occurred and you need information on the area where it has occurred, such as the total population by age and sex or the nearest health facility. But realize that such information does not exist. Well, you may have other alternatives to address this challenge. In light of this, I'll highlight today the importance of enhancing national health information systems to provide the needed data that we want to facilitate our work. I'll focus on the WHO Score for Health Data Technical Package. Despite progress in recent years, high-quality data are not adequately routinely collected globally. This means that major health challenges are not adequately monitored. Effective interventions are not directed to the right people at the right time and at the right place. Quality of cause of death data remains a challenge in the region and also global. Inequality analyses are critical in health system reviews, yet only 38% of countries include disaggregated data by socioeconomic status. These are the key findings from a global report on the health data systems and capacity that covered 133 countries and covering 87% of the global population. While some countries have achieved a sustainable capacity in key areas, no country has a fully mature health information system. Globally, 68% of countries have well-developed and sustainable capacity for public health surveillance. Inequalities, that is high or low income, are reflected in many key areas, including births, death registration, and causes of death. And just to highlight that in the WHO Eastern Mediterranean region, the availability and quality of data on cause of death remains a challenge. We also note that approximately 60% of the 133 countries which were surveyed have a well-developed or sustainable system for conducting health sector performance reviews. However, the challenge remains that about 40% of the deaths remain unregistered globally. The WHO Score for Health Technical Package, where SCORE stands for the surveys, C for counting, O for optimizing, R for review, and E for enabling data for decision making, addresses WHO commitment to support countries in the effective collection, analysis, reporting, and use of health data to support decision making. Several tools and standards are available to support countries enhance their health information systems. And the role of WHO and other partners is to make sure that we support countries to implement these tools and standards. While standards and tools are readily available, the difficult part is to generate demand for data at country level, not just from development partners. WHO continues to work with countries and other development partners in the region to support key initiatives such as enhancing civil registration and vital status systems, including data on cause of death. Other areas of support include routine health information systems, facility assessment surveys, and also promoting data linkages to make sure that there is limited fragmentation or no fragmentation at all. The WHO International Classification of Diseases, ICD-11, platform is now fully electronic, and this offers an opportunity for countries to benefit from the digital evolution and ensure that they are able to collect, process, and disseminate data on cause of death timely. WHO is also supporting countries to conduct comprehensive assessment of national health information systems to develop priority action plans. We have conducted these assessments in half of the 22 countries of the region since 2016. And next week, another assessment is going to take place in Somalia. There are several opportunities to improve health information systems. Tools and standards are available. Countries are committed to improve health information systems, more so during the COVID-19 pandemic. Increased digitalization and increased mobile network coverage provided opportunities to collect, process, and report mobile data timely. There's increased demand for data by countries for decision making. The SDG agenda also calls for countries to enhance their data systems. And the WHO General Program of Work focuses on the triple billion outcomes, including the WHO vision, which provides a basis to support countries in this important area of work. I encourage you all to browse the Score for Health Data technical package and identify the key resources that are available for countries and also for all the development partners to ensure that we support the countries in this important area of work. Many thanks for your attention. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. I hope you found it useful, the comments and the discussion on the health aspects from WHO EMRO. And from now on, we have another presenter, Madhurima, and we would like to have a presentation at the end because there are other presenters who have been waiting. So we will move to our next presenter, Mr. Majdi Fanous. Majdi Fanous is a postgraduate researcher at the Center of Computational Science and Mathematical Modeling, CSM at Coventry University in the UK. And his research interests are in developing fast, efficient, accurate machine learning surrogates to replace complex numerical models in the field of climate change. So Majdi, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for inviting me to present in this conference. The title of my presentation is Machine Learning in Flood Risk Control and Mitigation Strategies. According to the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, Professor Petri Talas, at the current greenhouse emission rate, we are going to far exceed the 1.5 degrees warming, which was agreed upon at the Paris Accord in 2015. Such levels of warming will lead to thermal expansion and ice melting, affecting ocean circulation and sea level rise. Such effects could be catastrophic for the coastal areas, where according to the fifth assessment report by the second working group of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, hundreds of millions of people will be affected by coastal flooding and land erosion. This explains the recent attention given to mangrove environments, which grow in coastal areas, since they are able to attenuate waves and prevent erosion due to their complex root structure. Actually, in the latest IPCC report in 2022, it was concluded that ecosystem-based adaptation is critical in reducing climate risks using protection and restoration projects of these ecosystems, such as mangrove environments. Here in the first video, it shows how mangrove trees are able to attenuate waves in a laboratory experiment by Deltares. You can see the waves hitting the mangroves, and you can see after the mangrove region, there are no waves anymore. So they were able, the mangroves were able to attenuate all waves. In the second video, it's done by Little River Research and Design. It shows how mangrove trees can stabilize the shore and prevent erosion. This experiment shows two sections, one with mangroves and the second without. The trucks here represent houses. You can see in the section without mangroves how these trucks fall into water, whereas those behind the mangrove environments are not affected. Even with increasing the tide speed, mangroves were able to prevent any kind of erosion. Moving on. The challenge here now becomes in designing a proper numerical model that is able to simulate the effects of waves and sediment movement on mangroves at the selected region of study. This would require solving Navier-Stokes equations to solve for the hydrodynamics of water and morphodynamics of sediments. This would also require creating a high-resolution mesh and bathymetry, defining several parameters such as diffusivity, viscosity, and friction, in addition to setting realistic initial and boundary conditions to accurately simulate the region. Finally, there is a need to simulate that for several weeks and months in order to capture the seasonal trends and identify weak spots. Obviously, this is computationally very expensive and also resource expensive. One solution to these challenges would be using machine learning models as emulators or surrogates that would be faster yet similarly accurate replacement to the existing numerical models. Thus, instead of solving Navier-Stokes equations continuously to monitor the restoration and production project, we could use a deep neural network that was first designed by McCulloch and Pitts. On a side note, there are many alterations for deep neural networks described as black box models, where the operations are not visible to the user, or gray box model, where some prior knowledge could be input to the network. Speaking on the gray box model, the model that we are currently using is called physics-informed neural network, which was first introduced by Raisi in 2019. I would like to conclude this talk by presenting a case study that I'm currently working at. I'm currently using the Sundarbans region, which is the largest mangrove forest in the world, located across India and Bangladesh, to study the hydromorphodynamics of mangroves in this climatically active region. Here I will show you the water elevation of results of the numerical model simulation in the region after going through the steps of building the mesh, the bathymetry, and setting the conditions as discussed above. You can see from this simulation, so in the upper region, there are the mangroves are present, and this is the Bay of Bengal. You can see like as high as the waves can get, which are about 1.2 meters adjusted to mean sea level. You can see that they are mostly attenuated when they hit the mangrove environments. The next step would be in developing machine learning surrogates by using the data simulated from the numerical model and inputting that to a neural network. This is currently being done, and there are some promising results in terms of efficiency and accuracy, and we are planning to submit our second paper hopefully by the end of this year. Finally, thank you again for your invitation and hope you have benefited from this talk.
Thank you very much, Majdi. And it is very interesting to see different case studies and research work done by different academics and institutions. And of course, we are here to learn from each other. With this, we will move on to our next speaker, Jocelyn Gonnet, who is a needs assessment team leader at FAO's Office of Emergencies and Resilience. Jocelyn coordinates the Data and Emergencies DIEM Information System Monitoring System, Hazard Impact Assessment, Risk Profiling in relation to the Data and Emergencies Hub. So the floor is yours, Jocelyn.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks a lot for this opportunity to present, to showcase this new information system within FAO, Data and Emergencies. We are going to start with a short video. Could you please tell me if you can hear it loud and clear? So I'm going to launch it.
We can't hear from your side.
You can't hear?
No.
Okay. I'm
If you
trying
want,
to.
you can share the link in the chat and they can have a look at it later.
Or I can maybe share from another device, probably.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry.
When you press on share screen, select share audio as well. You'll have an option, a tick, where you have to select.
Yeah, that's probably the issue. Okay, should be fine. Can you hear it?
Yes.
I need data to monitor food security trends and analyze the impact of shocks on vulnerable households.
I need data to quickly take stock of food security and livelihoods.
I need DIME data to develop programs as well as reach out to resource partners to mobilize urgently needed resources to support vulnerable, food insecure Afghan people in Afghanistan.
I need data. I need to see how different situations change over time and across countries in order to prioritize our programming and really target our support to where it's needed the most.
I need data to influence policy processes at national and regional level.
The impact of shocks on agricultural livelihoods is striking. Large-scale hazards, natural and human-induced events, they all inflict incredible stresses on the livelihoods of the world's food producers. Gathering, processing, and analyzing the amount and the kind of data needed to make a real difference to the lives of these families is a huge challenge. Delayed and inaccurate information hinders confident decision-making, which results in weakened livelihoods, or worse. In recognition of this need, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations has established the Data in Emergencies Information System, a transformational data tool created to empower stakeholders from across the entire food crisis field. Since the inception of the system in June 2020, DM assessments have taken place in over 30 food crisis countries and have reached more than 150,000 households. Today, data processing and analysis are completed in just 3 days. In fact, the entire life cycle, from data processing to analysis to validation and finally publication, now takes only 30 days. And now, thanks to standardized surveys in every country, our ability to view and compare the same variables across time and space has been transformed. DIEM is a step change for FAO in the volume, frequency, and granularity of household data that it collects in the context of food crisis countries. To begin exploring the DIEM system, please visit our website.
So I will just come back to the presentation and share a couple of additional thoughts about this new system. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, just a couple of additional thoughts. So this system is implemented in food crisis countries. The core instrument, a household survey, captures key elements to assess risk of food insecurity in the context of various hazards, particularly for rural populations. We monitor shocks reported by households and exposure of agricultural livelihoods to these shocks. We finally look at the relationship between those parameters and food security and livelihood outcomes. This system is repeated around 3 times a year. It generates time series that can certainly inform risk profiles and help identify entry points for disaster risk reduction, essentially in agricultural context. So please feel free to explore the Data in Emergencies Hub. This is a public resource. You can subscribe to have access to the microdata. And I think I will stop here. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn, and it was a very excellent video to share how food insecurity links is a cross-cutting theme in disaster risk reduction. It covers a lot of areas where we can work together, and definitely as we are seeing different platforms, data platforms, where different kind of data availability is there, but it's just we need to unite our resources together for implementation of the Sendai framework and SDGs. So with this, we will move on to our next speaker, Dr. Bapun Fakhruddin. Dr. Fakhruddin is an eminent disaster risk assessor with 21 years global experience in DRR, emergency response and climate resilience projects. Many of us have worked with Bapun in different projects related to disaster loss data accounting, multi-hazard risk assessment, disaster response and early warning system. So the floor is yours, Bapun. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, there's a little echo, but we can see your screen, yes.
Right. Thank you so much, everyone. It was quite fascinating to join the session and also learning from various audience how they're working on various platform as well as other ecosystem enhancing the interoperability as well as. I'll just share with you the Worldfair project that we recently launched from the support from the European Commission, where they're trying to manage one of the components of open data and artificial intelligence access systematic disaster risk assessment. So when you're looking at the current nature of disaster happening, it's actually quite complex in a sense because it's not a single hazard leading to
Bapun, sorry to come in. Can you fix your mic or come closer to the mic because your voice is not audible to the interpreters.
Right. Can everyone hear me there now?
No, it's not working. Can you try again?
Okay. Is it clear? Let me just. So, can you continue?
It's not so clear. Can you log out and log in again, please? Or we move to the next speaker and then we'll take you on board. Is this fine? Oh, we lost Bapun. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Is it on my line now?
Yeah, it's better. Okay, go on. Yeah, please.
Thanks a lot. Sorry. The disaster now is more compounding and cascading, and that actually makes our understanding about the risk is quite complex. So, in a sense,
Sorry, Bapun, we cannot hear you. I would request again if you can kindly log out and log in again. We will go to our next speaker. And our next speaker is Dr. Elsa Stout from UNESCO. She will be presenting on UNESCO DR Atlas from Arab states, Pathways and Alliances for Risk Mapping and Interpretation. Elsa is the regional program specialist managing ecology and earth sciences programs in the Arab region. And she is an agriculture engineer and holds an MSc degree. So Elsa, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, first, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the DRR Atlas for the Arab region. And I will try my best to just fit the 5 minutes we have. I will share my screen. 1 minute. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, Elsa, it's fine.
Okay, so in fact, I'll be just presenting what we have done with the first edition and what we aspire to do in the next edition and how we want to create certain pathway. We might here find some opportunity to work with the organization to follow up on our work on the second edition of the Atlas. The first edition was published in 2021, and in fact, the Atlas, it was thought as a tool for socio-ecological system resilience and adaptation. The main objectives were to have a certain an exercise for regional and national risk mapping to collect best practices on nature-based solution and to provide guidelines and tips for good practices to mitigate the impact of natural hazards. Also, we wanted to establish and manage a network of professional researchers, scientists, and also government officials working on DRR in the Arab region. We wanted also to promote exchange of knowledge and information and try to build up a certain pathway for capacity building. In fact, the Atlas we had as UNESCO Regional Bureau for Science in the Arab State, we covered 19 countries, and we had as partners working with us on this DRR Atlas, the UNDRR ROAS, the regional office for the Arab State in Cairo, the League of Arab States, and also the Arab Scientific Technical Advisory Group. So we had the 19 member states working with us on the Atlas. We have 4 sections in this Atlas where we discuss the global policy as the first one. The second one, we try to map at regional level all the risks we have in the region. And here we faced a lot of challenges, and we will try to resolve the challenges or try to make them less in the next edition. Later, in the third part, we have the country profile. And the country profile, we try to map the risk and try to interpret the risks, but also we faced a lot of challenges in terms of gaps in data. And at some point, the response from the countries were so slow because we go through the National Commission, UNESCO National Commission, in terms of communicating with country to get the data we want. The fourth part of this Atlas address the natural hazard approach, nature-based solution to natural hazard management. And here we had many case studies from the countries. From these case study, we try to come up with tips and good practices in terms of nature-based solution in the country that they have submitted their case study. Also here, I don't have to repeat that. Also, we have faced a lot of challenges in terms of communicating with country and getting the case studies. At some point, we relied on peer-reviewed articles or gray data and gray report in order to come up with the set of case studies we had for the region. So in terms of the outcome of this first phase, I cannot say we were too much satisfied about this because the gaps in data has created a lot of constraints in finalizing the data. The availability of maps at the national level in terms to integrate these maps in the country profile, we didn't have like a coherence between all the member states in the region. So we adopted at the end as—
1 minute left, please.
Okay, as you can see, we have adopted just the population map and also the earthquake map. So in order, what we have done, we transformed this database, this DR Atlas as third edition into an interactive platform, which was launched last year. And now, after the decision taken in the Arab coordination mechanism for DRR in the League of Arab States, we're moving to work on a second phase of this Atlas, and we're bringing with us, other than the previous partners we have, we're bringing the focal point of the Sendai framework, GIS remote sensing in country, the National Center, University, UNESCO chairs, even will go to individual researcher and scholar for us to have a more complete, let's say, if I can say, new edition of the Atlas. And this will be for sure reflected on our interactive platform that is launched last year. That's it. It's very short, frankly, and I hope I gave the information I need to give. And for sure, we look for any partnership or cooperation to have a better database in relation to the Arab state on the DRR and ecosystem-based disaster risk solution and ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa, and thank you. We look forward for the next edition, and also we hope, we wish you all the success.
Thank you.
We move on to our we have 2 speakers from WFP. Mr. Omar Farouk and Moataz Al-Masri. Mr. Moataz is a GIS officer at the UN WFP Regional Bureau in Cairo, and Omar Farouk is currently leading the Regional Anticipatory Action portfolio for WFP's MENA region. So the floor is yours, and be mindful of the time. Thanks. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Sarah. Our presentation is basically around how we understand vulnerability and how we take decisions internally for WFP, but also how it can be useful for others. Let me know if the slide is moving. It's not moving from my side. So we work a lot with data. Probably you have in different countries we have been working with meteorological departments. We have been working with Bureau of Statistics to really strengthen data preparedness for the country, not only for WFP programs, to really understand the vulnerability and how we can bring different layers. Today we are going to show a couple of tools that we have been using, and I will request Muatas to highlight those tools and why we do those things, and later on we'll come back to you with kind of few ideas that what it means to us and how we can really work on the data coordination. Muatas, over to you.
Thanks, Omar, for this introduction. I'd like to show to you, all colleagues, some of the examples that we have in the region for studies, platforms, and tools that we have using either data analysis or GIS analysis to determine the vulnerable population in the countries. One of these is the studies that we did with the Arab Water Council under the SDG Climate Fund to study the climate change and social vulnerability, like the impact of both of them together by analyzing some of the indicators for exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity, multiplying the hazard of drought to have a kind of a country level map for risk, so that we think that the population are affected not only from the climate change perspective, but also to check the social vulnerability aspect out of this. Next slide, please, Omar. Yeah. So in this thing, we did long journey with the government there, with the Arab Water Council, and many of the UN actors in the country to develop and collect all of these indicators you see on the left side of the screen, and then have a focus group discussion to weight the indicators and did the calculations from the GIS perspective. So we had to resample the information that we have into the same level of information, and then do some geospatial analysis to have the final map that you saw in the last slide. This is a kind of a study that we do. This one, thank you, Omar, yes. This one that we are talking about here is not a kind of a study, but it's a kind of a platform, which is called PRISM. This also is a platform that WFP is doing in cooperation with the governments to show the real-time impact of a climate risk in the country, in comparison and in addition to the socioeconomic vulnerability indicators that we have and show to the government. This we do in the countries with the governments, not only with WFP. Coming back to the studies that we do, this kind of a study also we do is called the CLEAR, where we are analyzing also the climate risk indicators, but to check the food security vulnerability in the country by checking the livelihood zones and then ranking the resilience, climate resilience in each of this zone to just analyze the climate change impact in the countries that we are looking into with this study to check the food security status, again looking into the climate risk indicators in this manner. Next slide, please, Omar. Yeah, the last thing I want to show you today is again another tool. This tool is not analyzing, but it's monitoring. So it's not analyzing some indicators, but it's monitoring assets and can monitor the situation on the ground in some of the lands we have. We call it AIMS, which is Asset Impact Monitoring from Space. We are using it mainly in WFP for monitoring. Yes.
1 minute left, please.
Okay, thank you. So we usually use it for monitoring assets, but again, we sometimes use it to detect the change for some things like NDVI and so on. Over to you, Omar, for the conclusion because of the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the important point to make that our learning is technology is there. I mean, we have seen a lot of presentation. That is the easiest part, but the crucial part is like coordination and data preparedness, and what it actually means to the decision maker. And that's the innovation, not the tech. Probably we also only need to look into, and how innovative our approach should be towards decision maker, so that the users can really understand what this thing means. And that requires data. The reason we have different tools because different countries have different sort of data, and it's like context. And I mean, one of the things that we want to add, like, yes, we have the data analysis, but how we can forecast the future right now. So that's where the anticipatory action angle comes in WFP. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Omar, and thank you very much, Moataz, for your interesting presentation on. And we see that, as I again repeat, that there's so much work is being done on data collection and data analysis. So we'll move to our next speaker, Mr. Ahlad Musunuru. He's a GIS specialist in ESQA. He will be presenting on population exposed to flood hazard. And he has research interest in remote sensing, climate change applications for monitoring land cover change, oceans account, and disaster risk assessment. So Ahlad, the floor is yours, please.
Can you see the screen now? Which one? What representation? Okay, this one. Why can I see it? You have many.
I can do it on your behalf if you want.
This one. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. In this presentation, I'm going to show some of my work, the guide which I have developed on population exposure to flood hazard. This is the tool which I have developed, where we can see, by using this tool, anybody can generate their own population flood hazard raster layer, where they can embed the census dataset into the pixel level by using Gaussian image filter technique. And it's an open source, by using an open source application from QGIS from step by step. This guide helps the stakeholders and NGOs to develop their own population raster and produce population exposed to flood hazard maps and statistics. The overall methodology is of the tool is divided into three types: data collection, extract, transfer, and the data pre-processing will be done, and the load, it will be converted and generates the maps and statistics. These the three steps it is divided. And how we are going to be if in this data collection we are using Copernicus dataset for the land cover. In this, we have initially, later on in the pre-processing stage, we have reclassified the dataset into urban and non-urban, and after that, by using collecting the census data and imposed into pixels, and generated the flood inundation maps and statistics. The major question, how we are going to generate the flood, the population raster. First, We have reclassified the data into a built up and non-built up, and then applied a Gaussian filter, which is a normal distribution method, where we can see the center, the density is higher, and the surroundings, the density will be less. Population will be distributed. More will be on the center of the pixels, high people, and low people will be on the corners. And once it is done, and we are adding population, we are multiplying this to the population data set. So we'll the ground level census, and then we can generate a overall, any country can generate their own population raster. And then we see traditional methods by overlaying and masking and on other geospatial analysis, we can generate a population exposure to flood hazard maps and statistics and raster data for statisticians and NGOs they can produce. This is an example for Laos. We have used in our guide to identify the population exposure, percentage of population exposed, the end result we can get from the guide. Anybody can do from scratch, but that's the output from the guide. And the further next, we are developing a information system for disaster related statistics. Anyone can upload their population land cover data sets from the data, and they can generate disaster related statistical information system and reports directly. This is a case study which we have developed. Here we can see the herbaceous crops and the percentages, how it is varied from the time span to time span. The speedometers represents the area, how it is varied, and the percentages from the from the flood, the total number of exposed area and percentages, and the flood inundation area in each pixel. By this, in pixel to pixel, the countries can monitor the inundation depth and the number of people are been in that location. Based on the pixel to pixel, we can monitor and how many people are being damaged and impacted by the floods or hazard. This can be repeated for revised for any other disaster also. These hotspots maps will shows the heat map shows the where the density of artificial surface or the built up area which is exposed. Here we have used the SIA classifications for land and people who are being affected, and land cover statistics and statistics, how much area and the percentages, the people, the accounting tables will be the final output from this tool. Simple. And the more details on the acknowledgement who are involved in the organization can be seen from the page 2 from the guide. That's it from me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alan, for this information and work on the climate change applications and also the remote sensing work that you're doing in ESCWA and ESCAP. That's ESCAP, okay. And okay, and with this, Bapun, if you have logged in again, can you share your presentation? Because we stopped in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. Please.
You can see my screen. So thanks for coming back. So we're talking about the disaster nature is more cascading and compounding. We need to deal with this complex scenario using some data-driven network. And what you're looking at for data strategy for this kind of risk assessment, it's again actually quite complex. I mean, from single hazard to multiple hazard. Such a one example I put here, like how we look at the global to local scale, or to century scale, looking at hazard exposure vulnerability, as well as in looking at horizontal infrastructure, ecological, economic, and other dimensions. But when it comes to the casting of systemic risk area, it's actually more complex, looking at how this works multidimensional. But from the data point of view, you need to look at do we actually need to look at many to many or many to one? Because as I said, things are being cross-domain. We need to make sure that how we have a quite standard system in place or some standard practice in place, or to making sure that we have a coordinated set of domain agnostic standards. So that would be only ensure our domain-related data interoperability, not to have one single standard, one single platform to sharing all the data systems, and how we make sure that our data actually aggregate information and is able to follow the FAIR principle, which is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. With that thing, we try to launch this domain interoperability project, which is supported by 2021 by European Commission. This is a one-year project comparing all these 11 agencies as well as 2 non-EU agencies, including here in New Zealand. And we are looking at the one of the components, which is disaster reduction, to ensure that we have a common interoperable framework as well as a FAIR principle for all the domains, so that each of the domains has a quite good interaction, making sure that they could actually come up with a risk assessment of their own domain, especially risk assessment, using the same data, coherence, and other interoperability. And the ultimate target is that how we actually change our silos environment to a more environment, so that you change your traditional approach to a breeding approach to safety and up and platform, and then it keeps native, so everyone has an agile system and culture, end-to-end solution, as well as end-to-end operating system process of operation, looking at observability, security, and perspectives point of view. With these things, I just close my presentation. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Bapunan. Can you please share your presentation and link? And with this, we have the last speaker, Madhurima from UNASCAP, and we will play her presentation again. And with this is the last presentation for today's session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to present ESCAP's recently launched portal on Asia-Pacific resilience to climate and disasters. Today, I will briefly share with you the tools, data, and methodology of the portal. We created this portal to deepen the understanding of not just what the weather and climate is, but really to understand how it will impact populations and economies. So through the portal, ESCAP is offering technical support to countries for their national adaptation plans, voluntary national reviews, and their nationally determined contributions, as well as national and local DRR strategies. So the portal supports understanding of risk hotspots for populations and sectors under various climate change scenarios. It estimates the current and projected economic losses for and vulnerability under climate change. It really customizes key adaptation priorities and estimates cost of adaptation to support climate goals. And through a subnational level informed risk index, it builds capacity of local government bodies for DRR for policy action. So in the portal, we start out with mapping multiple hazard hotspots to understand where the risks for population and sectors lie under various climate change scenarios. On the portal, each hazard has a map which shows at a glance where the most vulnerable populations to the hazard are. If you look at the legend, you can see a bivariate legend which shows not just the hazard map, but really overlays that with other maps such as population maps, infrastructure maps, and shows where the most vulnerable populations and infrastructure are located to that specific hazard, and in this case, tropical cyclones. This can really help with developing or prioritizing things like early warning systems that focus on where the most vulnerable exposed populations and infrastructure are. The portal also estimates the current and projected economic losses under climate change scenarios. The losses are estimated using an average annual loss methodology. This is a methodology used to project losses through a simulation-based model and estimating a climate impact factor. Finally, using the riskscape of the countries and the projected losses, we estimate the resilience pathways and the cost of building resilience. While it is important to understand the risks and hotspots of risks, it is equally, if not more important, to really understand how to build resilience. These resilience priorities are taken from a seminal report of the Global Commission on Adaptation, which came out in 2019. The portal estimates the cost of adaptation to both natural and biological hazards using a series of proxy indicators under the worst-case climate change scenario and customizes the adaptation priorities of the country following from the country risk profiles.
So with this, we come to the end of session number 6. If you may have any questions, please, you can put it in the chat and we will take over and try to answer questions. If not, yeah, I just want to say in the end of the session that this session was a collaborative effort of not only the organizing committee, but also all of you who have been doing excellent work on increasing in data displacement, on score data cars, HDX, and we heard about ASCAP Resilience Portal, geospatial information, innovative satellites. We heard about World Fair for Global Cooperation, UNESCO DR Atlas from Dr. Elsa, and understanding vulnerability techniques by WFP, population exposed to flood hazard, and risk information exchange from UNDRR. So all of you, congratulations to all of you. And with this, we conclude the session number 6, and we hope to be in touch to help to work for a better world. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for the organizers of this session, and thank you for the presenters. We see that there are a lot of work on platforms, data, using alternative data sources. What's important, I have to quote Dr. Bapon, who's very vocal on how to use data and use it when people need it. He just mentioned that for the Pakistani floods in 2010, there was a request to improve the data system, the early warning, and it happened again. So it's not important how many platforms we do, how much data we collect. If it doesn't serve the people when they need it, it's not in the context where we put our efforts and resources in. So thank you very much. Hopefully, you know, many of these resources can be put together to serve the people. So thank you, Suhail, thank you, Saira, and thank you, Chris. I think now we, according to the agenda, we have the closing session. We took the main messages from each session. And I'm grateful to our colleagues and co-organizers who were really working during all the session with the presentations and the discussion and the main sessions. So we collected just the main messages by session. I will be presenting the main messages with Michael Nagy, my colleague from ECE. I want to thank those who replied to the questions on what is the expectation, what are the challenges. I put them in also to show them to you, but we will wait until more people respond to those questions so we have a better idea on what are your views and how do you want us to go ahead with this work. So I'll try to share a presentation. You have it open? You don't. Okay. So I'm gonna try to connect here because I have it in Teams. So you give me a second, and if you have also questions, please don't hesitate to add in the chat or in the questions and answers. taking me time to look up. It's a joint presentation by all the co-organizers, so it's just take more time to look it up. So excuse me here. So I just opened it and I'll try to share my screen. All right. Yeah, let me see here. Okay, so I hope you can see the screen. So these are, as I said, the main messages. So these are the insights from the open-end questions to participants. We asked, what is your main expectation of the forum? And we see that data comes out as a big answer. Yes, we want to know more about the data. We have a few words that also came out as important: knowledge, information, related statistics. It's important to see that we have participants who want to learn from advances of other countries, official statistics, how to coordinate and estimate losses, health data, data on disaster, geospatial data. So we really thank you for those thoughts, and it's really the essence of the forum, bringing together users and producers, and then looking at these different elements of improving statistics on disasters. Also, we see how the linkages between the word from the word clouding, how disasters is related to use, the list of disasters, how we advance the work on disasters. So this was from one of the first questions. The second question is, what was the main challenge? And then we see it's the same answers, like same answers that came out from what is your expectation. So the main challenge again is data. The main challenge is how to collect the data. We have it in French, les données, data on losses. It came out a lot, how to estimate losses, disasters and the country. We have things on data governance and at the national level, how to work. And then we have some linkages to how the words are connected. We have also some results of the polls. I will wait until we have more answers, and we will share them via email to have more a better representation of your answers. So in this, I want to just go with the main key messages. I put the welcome and opening remarks, and I thought they had very good ideas for us to go on the work. I put some ideas that came from Stefan, from Ms. Loretta, and from our Deputy Executive Secretary, and from Haishan. So I will read them, and we will share with you also. So this forum, it shows like we need to bring stakeholders together. And as UN, we are very happy that we can do this, this task. Global, regional, national levels, bringing global statistical community, and knowing that there's a big responsibility to manage, monitor information timely and high quality and fit for purpose data from traditional and new data sources, and getting from private sector and from academia. The message from UNDRR is really like very flattering. And I think what they say, when they say that the statistical community is important in ensuring rigor and the quality of data, and in sharing information among regions and countries for concrete evidence to turn data into effective policies for disaster risk reduction. So also this is another responsibility on the shoulders of statisticians, that quality and rigor is also very important. Like we said, wrong information can lead to very wrong decisions that can be harmful to people and to their lives. Also, we had the message like the forum is a unique opportunity to work together to provide timely and meaningful data that could prevent or reduce disasters affecting people, economies, and their planet. It's important to pursue fundamentals, and this is from Heshan, fundamentals and frontiers. So we take traditional and we add to it what technology is offering us to collect, analyze, and having more information about what we are collecting. So multiple data sources, private intent data to communities to offer insights and value creation to multi-hazard approach. Also, the use of data to reduce disaster risks and improve disaster response requires data governance and a new grounded social contract for data based on values, equity, and trust. And then finally, call on investing in our collective data readiness to inform upfront before the disaster strikes and engage local, national, and international stakeholders based on empirical data instead of assumptions. So these were the main ideas from the opening remarks and the keynote speech. We go with the sessions that we started with. If you recall, the first day, the session 1 was on advancing official statistics for disaster risk reduction. We put only, like I said, the main ideas. So the first message is that despite the challenges in creating statistical and related data to support disaster risk management, the work of organization within the statistical ecosystem towards the development and finalization of a unified global framework for disaster-related statistics, including the classification of hazards, recognizing that sharing, partnership, and collaboration are integral to this process. So this was a main outcome of this first session. The second one, we recognize that there's a pressing need to standardize statistical definitions relating to disaster-related statistics, and for the statistical community to increase awareness and understanding on the existence, use, and implementation of standards for geospatial information management, given the importance of standards in facilitating the application of findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data principles. And like we say, standardization is not only in geospatial, we said in classification and definition of hazards, it goes across the board. The third message is that DRR is at the core of sustainable development. And there's an urgent need to address the many challenges, leaving no one behind. There is the need for more data, multi-sector, disaggregated and integrated, statistical, geospatial, using Earth observations, social media, crowdsources, etc., to fill the data gaps, to understand loss and damages, and to mitigate risk, which requires an all-of-society approach that calls for the greater collaboration at the institutional, local, national, global levels, and also open data access and sharing arrangements. The fourth message is that sharing good practices, relevant examples, repositories of data and applications to facilitate the creation, use, and dissemination of disaster-related statistics that need to be harnessed and made accessible to policy and decision makers to support national to global environmental, social, and economic activities. The fifth message is regional and global and sub-regional cooperation on capacity building for countries needs to be strengthened through existing intergovernmental committees and networks of communities of practice. I meant this to be our cooperation with the League of Arab States, with the GCC Stat, with ITRIS, the Arab Institute for Training, and CESRIC. And of course, every region has its own regional and sub-regional organizations to cooperate with. And on the sixth message, it's working on with the group of Earth observation. We had a presentation in the first day. The group on Earth observations created a very big network of GIS, geospatial, and statistics experts. And there are networks in Europe, in Asia Pacific, in Africa. And we wanted to launch a network for the Arab region. We will be working with the GEO group in Geneva to launch such a network that will be very relevant for disaster risk management. I think this is the first session, and we will share it with you for anything that we omitted that was important and you want to emphasize. So I will leave to Michael for the second session.
Thank you, Wafa. So the second session was about the lessons learned on using data to save lives during pandemics. I think the session was really a success, and I'm happy that we could win also the chief statistician from the World Health Organization to give the first presentation in that session. And in addition, we had 3 national examples, one from Mexico, one from the United Kingdom, and one from Lebanon. Unfortunately, there were problems to connect Mexico, but I would like to inform you that the presentation is now made online, is available for download on the meeting webpage. And actually, I went through this presentation of Mexico, and it reinforced many of the key messages that we heard from others. It was very interesting to see that many of those things that were observed by the chief statistician of the World Health Organization then exactly were kind of repeated in the national presentation. So I think we are really on the same page in the challenges that we have to face, but also in the lessons learned and how we can improve statistics to manage health-related disasters in the future better than we did maybe 2-3 years ago when we suddenly were hit by the COVID pandemic. So let me come to the key messages that we think are the kind of take-home messages from this session. The first one is the need to develop civil registration vital statistics systems, which include mortality registration. And the second one is to further develop the work, or to further work on assessing mortality, and for the time being to use official data and also integrate unofficial data to do so. There was also a key message to say, let's move a little bit beyond indicators, because indicators give a nice snapshot. You can use them for some boards to get some key information, but we need to look also into qualitative information and also about the analytics of the information. That's also key in that work. Then an important point that came up, I think, several times in different sessions was also to understand the impacts of disasters in general, but in pandemics in particular in the session, in subsections of the population, be it ethnic groups, be it different groups of income, really also in the sense of the Sustainable Development Goals to leave nobody behind. So we have to look not only disaggregation, but maybe also of specific information that might be needed to produced and analyzed to address the needs of these groups of population. Then what also came up, I think, in every presentation was this importance of the multi-sectoral coordination, including through public-private partnership and promotion of channels of risk communication, so that are really critical in pandemic response. So we need this kind of formal agreements, but also informal exchange of information and data. But also, I think that the speed of exchange of information is here critical. And the sixth point, which I'm not sure if can be read completely, but I think it's also important really to understand that health is a kind of cross-cutting all government policy issue and should also be treated as such. And I think what we learned from the pandemic is that it's really important to have a single set of trusted official statistics available, to remain trust of this information in the population, but also remain trust for policymakers, and not to create kind of alternative information environment. So this is really, really important, and also that the government can act as one single body, and we have measures that are streamlined with each other. So these are the key messages of this session, and I hand back to Wafa.
Thank you, Michael. So this was the nexus of disasters and the pandemic. So we need to take care of our health. This is the most important thing we have. And the second nexus that we are linking this forum with is climate change. So these are the two hot issues, climate change and pandemic. So we'll see how also the main things that came out of the session on climate change. So there was an agreement that climate change and disasters are interconnected, and this underpins the need for coherent statistical frameworks, concepts, and methodologies for informed climate and DRR action. And then despite multifaceted challenges, data availability, quality, capacity, resources, countries have made progress on climate change and disaster-related statistics, benefited from existing global statistical frameworks and indicators, but there is the need to further address transnational and subnational nature of climate and disaster impacts, and increase the use of technology for official statistics production and communication. The third message is that multi-stakeholder and interdepartmental collaboration, cooperation, sharing data is key. And then the fourth one, I can see. This came out as an important message that we need to consider the spatial and temporal variations in climate. If we talk only about trends and average, we miss a lot of information that can be very relevant in this condition. So we detecting anomalies, and then looking at different geospatial levels, like we see in Italy, the different cities in Italy, and also like transnational cross-border. This will be an important issue to address in climate change and disaster risk statistics. So these are the main messages. The report will contain more like on the notes and the discussions that were that came out, but these are the key messages that. So just also before I finish this, we talked about negotiations and how the climate change negotiations should be linked to the Sendai framework and the negotiation on disaster. So this is work that also our colleagues in DRR and UNEP and ESCWA will take over to discuss with countries. Okay.
Yeah, a short summary on session 4, which was on downscaling data at local level for disaster risk reduction and resilience strategies. I mean, as we all know that the real disaster risk reduction management has to happen on the local level, and also to strengthen resilience. This is something that we really have to look at the local level. And I think from the data perspective, it's also very important to be coherent with the information that we use and produce on the local level, to be coherent with what we use, let's say, on the subnational or national level, or even regional and global level. So also the coherence of information is relevant. So the key messages that we've heard here is that this engagement of local and especially indigenous community is fundamental for the downscaling of disaster risk related data. And this is also what we heard already in session 2 related to the health related hazards. So I think this is just reinforcing again this importance of really looking at these population groups and involve them. Then the use of disaggregated data, innovative data-centric technology are essential for stronger disaster risk reduction and climate action. Then enhancing resilience of cities require concerted efforts and investments on data analytics across multiple sectors at the local level. So again, this is this technology aspect, and also this kind of this aspect of collaboration, integration of information. The recent approaches can overcome the drawbacks in current interdependent cascading failure modeling and can provide a foundation for resilience assessment. And then the last point is this access to data in terms of free charge global data sets that enable data downscaling to draw baselines for climate and disaster resilience in urban planning. And we have heard also of the efforts of international organizations such as GEO or UNDRR to really make such information accessible. Thank you very much.
I prepared something, but I can't see it now in the. Yeah, it's not here. It's on my desktop. So we thought that this session will be just relevant for our region, but we see conflicts going everywhere. So it's important to address like countries who are already in difficulties, in in war, in conflict, how difficult is the situation of people to deal with more disasters. And we saw in Afghanistan, and we saw examples in Syria and Lebanon, how things are very difficult to deal with. One thing that I appreciated is that the examples or the pilot projects that were done in Jordan and in Lebanon, we want to see how to expand this with the League of Arab States to see if this amalgamation of data sources can be applied to Palestine. Palestine asked if this can be implemented in Palestine. So what the League of Arab States offered is that they have this Arab coordination group where we can present, these pilot projects or the projects for Jordan and Lebanon, and see from other Arab countries if they want to join in to be part of this. I mean, not exercise, but this part of this project. But maybe I can ask Madam Shahira, was there anything like you want to put as key message in this session?
I think the most important thing is that focusing on disaster risk reduction statistics in itself should be enforced, because all the region, they don't have this sort of data. The statistical departments are not aware of this data. The presentation I gave say they are collecting data for sustainable development. They are collecting data for, traditional sorts of data, not speaking of other sorts of data. So the focus on DRR data in itself should be emphasized as an outcome that statistical departments or the concerned departments within the Arab states should give importance to data related to DRR. This is only DRR. We are not talking yet about conflict. And there is political dimension to the issue of conflict. And then this is how we have to, as organizers and how we are going to handle this issue before we put it before the countries. If they don't have, and maybe the data is available, then accessibility to data also is another issue in the Arab region. And then I don't want the Arab region to be upset that we are forcing them to give the data. No, we want them to build their capacities to get the data, even if they are not willing to give it for any other political or national reason. This is okay, just have the data so that it can support decision making, at least at the national level.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Shahira. And just to bring also from this session what Mr. Tillman brought, and the other two presentations, is that in conflict affected countries, they don't have the capacity to go do surveys on the ground. The country is divided. They don't have the governance to go to areas where they don't have control. So using alternative data sources and creating, like, how can we get the data like we saw in the first presentation of the session, was very important to look at. So not to be just, we can't use only official statistics, but in this case, it's very important to use alternative data sources. So this was for the session on conflict. Yes, please. Yeah.
I mean, and also the nexus between the conflict and disasters, because, you know, it's a fact of life. It's for us to think of, okay, this is disasters, and this is, you know, some people work on conflicts, but for the person on the ground, it's the same place where we saw some, you know, very alarming, you know, footage of satellite imagery, which has affected. Just want to mention.
Yes, thank you. And just also we mentioned that on the ground, it's important to put priorities. Like when we are working, we are the data community. Where are the priorities? If we are the UN or we are, you know, other agencies, where can we put the priority on this data? Because when, you know, disasters happen, this is where they need it. And the last session, I think we had a a multitude of platforms, tools and platforms that different organizations are developing, UN, non-UN, private, even in the sessions that we saw before, like Luke Feeney, who presented the assets, how you can, so it's important to see that there's a lot of platforms that have been developed. What's important is to work with the countries. What we see, like I had a discussion with our representative from Palestine, a statistical office, how can he use this data? How can she use this data to analyze remote sensing data in their office, to understand, to be able to apply it in their surveys and to link it to their census? So this is another area where we need to provide capacity building for statistical offices, disaster-related statistics, on the use of new technologies. We didn't start it yet. There was the pandemic during the last 2 years. We were not doing any training, but this is something that we have to put on the, on our agenda to help the countries themselves to do this. Yes, Madam Shahira.
And one important issue that hit me during the 7th session is the several platforms, the several initiatives. If I am a country, I will be confused. This is number one. Number two, which one is suitable for me? So we need to have a sort of a platform that gathers all these initiatives that together, so that will make me as a country come and look and see which one is suitable, and then at least I have information. Many of the things that have been presented, nobody knows about them at the official level, at least. So how can the official government know of all these multiplied initiatives? How can they use them? How can they be beneficial to them? Or each of us is taking a project, having the money and enjoying ourselves. We have to be beneficial for the governments. Thank you.
Yeah, for session 6, thank you very much, Madam Shahira. It's a very valuable comment. In fact, as my colleague Andrew from UNDR Geneva talked about the risk information platform, it is basically the initiative in which we are trying to get all the data portals on one platform where there will be links and people can get the information. Also, for instance, as you mentioned, we are proceeding, for example, risk assessment for Sudan. And in that case, what we are trying to do is to have through the UN country team meetings to inform them that we have this portal and we would be doing the risk assessment and what is the data already available and what kind of risk assessment already being done, so that there is no duplication of efforts and we can support the country in the end. So we are moving towards it, and I hope it will take some more time, but thank you so much. We will have bilateral. Thank you.
So I think with this, we made a good summary of the sessions, and like I said, we will take your comments and input. I want to invite the co-organizers from ESCAP and from UNDRR, Ms. Rike from ESCAP and Mr. Animesh from UNDRR. If you can connect, thank you very much, and sorry for the delay. Just for the closing and the way ahead.
All right. Do you want to start, Animesh?
No, go ahead, Ricky.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, Wafa, for giving us the floor here at the end. We also had the floor at the beginning, so this is a nice way of ending what I believe has been 3 very, very interesting days. I want to thank also all the colleagues and friends who've helped putting together those key messages that Wafa and Michael just shared. I think it's a really good substantive summary of what we've been listening to. And we just heard some comments now about, well, how are we going to make sure that all this knowledge is also shared with, let's say, the official part of governments? And this is actually where Animesh and I come in, because as was briefly mentioned when we opened this expert forum, there is a formal process going on to develop an internationally agreed framework for disaster-related statistics. And that is the group that Animesh and myself are co-chairing at the moment. The results of this work will go to the United Nations Statistical Commission for their approval, and hence become part of the official intergovernmental process that takes place within the United Nations. So this is definitely a vehicle for making sure that this all becomes official. Now, just a few takeaways that I have noted, which I think is important to capture and also make sure that we include in the process going forward, including in this group, the IAG that's developing a statistical framework. We've heard, and that was something that was very clear from the key messages from the sessions, that there is an extremely broad scope and a very, very long list of activities that are going on in this space, which is disaster-related statistics, users and producers. We've heard a lot of initiatives that are more testing and piloting new ways of doing things. We hear less about things that are regular and part of a standard way of reducing disaster risks or responding to disasters. We've heard about the use of different data types, different technologies, different use cases, different actors involved. And this flurry of activities all points to the need to really start looking at the data governance aspects surrounding disaster risk data. We heard about the need for social contracts for data, about the values, the equity and trust, which is needed for everyone to benefit from the use of of data in this space. And this, I think, came out very, very clearly, especially in session 4, about the local dimensions, in particular the discussions there about indigenous populations. What we've heard also points to the need and the role of statistics and official statistics when we talk about disaster risk reductions. And what has been clear to me during these 3 days is that statistics really helps us improve what has been termed data readiness a few times during this forum. I think it's a good term. And just a very concrete example of that was what we heard about the need for civil registration and vital statistics in the context of the discussions on excess mortality estimates. Translating all this into things that need to really be captured in our emerging global statistical framework here for disaster-related statistics, I would say, well, guidance on different use cases, given the many different actors that are involved, it has to be informative, explanatory, and it has to be motivational what goes into a framework like this. We need to make it clear in that framework that we are looking both at old-fashioned fundamentals of official statistics and the frontiers, both in terms of data types and technology. We need to reflect that disaster-related statistics is a whole of government issue, not least when we look both at the user and producer dimensions. And finally, we need to fully embed the climate change agenda in the emerging framework. So those were my takeaways, and I'll hand over to my fellow co-chair Animesh, and maybe you can also just remind everyone of next week's meeting. Please, Animesh.
Thanks a lot, Ricky. You have already very well covered many of the points. So in interest of time, I can actually be very short. But I just wanted to start by noting the output of the polls that Wafa was mentioning in the beginning of this closing session that identified data both as a big opportunity as well as a challenge. And it's very interesting because I feel that the statisticians sit in a very sweet spot between these two extremes and make a phenomenal contribution to add a meaning and structure to this discussion. For example, in this forum itself, we have seen how Sendai Framework Matrix and indicators are helping several countries and governments and partner organizations in standardizing their disaster risk reduction monitoring. And more recently, there is a very strong interest from the climate change community, which was outlined in that session, for example, on global goal on adaptation, the global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, and loss and damage. Also, we saw several examples in the second session itself on the geospatial information and its application, and also looking into various sectoral aspects, including health, urban, cities, local action, and so on. But a key takeaway, which I would say from the forum, has been that there is no longer the work of only the traditional statistical tools and national statistical offices themselves in terms of using innovative forms. But I'm seeing that the national statistical offices and the statisticians are using very innovative forms of data science, including big data and analytics, which is a good revolutionary step, I would say. It is also an imperative that while trying to bring together the national disaster management offices and the national statistical offices in countries, we should not lose sight of the ministries responsible for climate change, as we are taking some very strategic steps towards breaking the silos artificial silos between DRR and climate action. There are also many emerging opportunities as we move forward towards subsequent meetings, forums, and substantive discussion. For example, the recent call by the UNSG on ensuring early warning for all in the next 5 years is a very big opportunity for the data scientists and the statisticians. For example, we have just done some analysis, and we'll actually be jointly launching a report in a month from now together with WMO on a global stocktake of early warning systems. And we have already observed that out of the 4 elements of early warning, least progress is being made in risk knowledge. And we are also already talking about developing an early warning index to monitor the progress of countries. And the role of the statisticians in all these would be immense. So will also be the case with taking the opportunity of the midterm review of the Sendai framework. And behold, before we could realize 7 years are over of the Sendai framework and 7 years to go, we are at a stage where we are taking course corrective analysis to see how far we have matured in disaster risk reduction, but also how do we accelerate the implementation, and data underlies whatever we do. Also, I would want to point to the data strategy of the UN Secretary General and several UN organizations developing their data strategies, including the work on data in context of our common agenda, Summit of the Future next year, are very clear examples of how our overall data ecosystem is becoming wider and stronger. So I would end by thanking our gracious host, ESCWA, and the personal leadership of WAFA, and to all our colleagues in ESCWA who have been working tirelessly for this forum. I also recognize the leadership of the League of Arab States in this forum, and very happy to see Madame Shahira, who I very fondly remember from my tenure in Africa a few years ago. I also acknowledge the core group members of the Interagency and Expert Group, IAG, as well as several partner organizations who have been very helpful in framing the topics and organizing the sessions. Now, moving forward, the IAG is meeting next week on our scheduled meeting, and we will reflect on the outputs of this forum and consider them as very substantive inputs to the development of the common disaster-related statistical framework that we aim to develop during the course of the next year. So with these words, I would congratulate the organizers, to all of us actually, for some very thought-provoking discussions in the last 3 years. And back to you, Wafa.
Thank you, Animesh and Enrique. And from ESCWA, we have to thank our colleagues in ESCAP, ECE, UNDRR, and also our colleagues in ECA and ECLAC. It has been a very nice team working together and showing that we can bring stakeholders together, also our colleagues in UNSD. So we hope like the next forum will be also in a regional commission, whether in Bangkok or in Santiago or maybe ECA. They are very interested now in working on this. And also from my side, I want to thank our experts who came from UK and the League of Arab States and the regional organizations who joined us, and the team who worked also relentlessly, Christophe, Ruhana, Wasim, Hamoud, and Roy, who has been putting all the presentations and the updated agenda on the website. And thank you for our interpreters for being so patient with us. So thank you very much, and good luck. Thank you, and have a safe trip back. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
يعطيكم العافية. Sorry for the delays.
Thank you.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. You want to take here or? Because upstairs is better.
Oh, this is nice. It's black.
No. Okay. Let's go take a photo before you leave.